Good morning and welcome to the ACC Men's Emerging Teams Asia Cup 2023. We are live from the Colombo Cricket Club. Day 2, match number 4. It's Pakistan A taking on Nepal in a very important game in Group B. All to look forward. So let's start things off as we go down to Roshan Abesingha, who's got the two captains and the match referee, and they're all ready for the toss.
Right, we're ready for the toss. Another important game, this time between Nepal and Pakistan A. I got the Nepal captain, Rohit Paudel, Mohammad Haris from Pakistan A, and of course, we got our match referee, Mr. Shakti Singh. And Mohammad Haris, you're going to spin the coin. Tails is the call. It is a tail. So Nepal has won the toss. What are you going to do?
We'll bat first.
And tell me why you're going to bat first.
Because looking at the conditions, I think first 5-6 overs it will have a bowler's favour, but after that I think it will turn in the second innings. So we'll bowl first. And looking at what yesterday's game saw, so I thought bowling second would be a good option for us.
So how do you see this tournament? You guys are not playing an A team, but you guys are playing your national team. What was the thinking behind it?
As you know that we have very less opportunities, and especially as our growth and development for new players, it's very important because some of the players have missed out. So it's a great opportunity for new players, and at the same time, all the other players to play here and just see how others play.
So now you've seen the pitch. Do you have any idea about the type of score you're looking at?
Anything around 260, 270. Let's see what we end up after 40 overs, but anything around 270 would be a good score, I think.
All right, all the best. Enjoy the game.
Thank you so much.
Haris, bad luck on the toss, but what do you think you would have done had you won it?
Not a bad luck. I wanted to bowl first on this wicket.
All right, you got your wish. Okay, well done. But tell us about the pitch. Why did you want to bowl first? Now, he wanted to bat first.
I think it's first half an hour there is moisture in it, so we will utilize that.
So what is your strength coming into this game? Is it pace, or you rely on spin, or what exactly is your combination?
Our strength is the batting, so that's why we want to bowl first as well. And now we have a good bowling as well, so we cover all the package.
Right, so what kind of score you think you need to keep them to?
Under 200, 220, so yeah.
All the best.
Thank you.
Right, the news from the centre is that Nepal, they won the toss and they have absolutely no hesitation in batting first.
Well, there you go. Nepal have decided to bat first, but let's go and have the national anthems. Yeah, so they're all ready for the anthems of the two teams. right, we are all ready to go for the first ball. As I say, a very good morning to Roshan Abesinga. It's Wasim Jr. starting proceedings for Pakistan A. Nepal, they've decided to bat first after winning the toss. Let's see how they go about things. Pakistan will definitely look for wickets. Good morning, Roshan. So they're off the mark straight away. Runs on the board for the Nepal team.
Morning, Kosala. Morning to everybody. Yeah, it's a lovely morning at the Colombo Cricket Club. A national team of Nepal playing the A team of Pakistan. I think it's a brilliant decision by Nepal to send in their national team, because these are tournaments that they get good exposure, and players will be very well tested, opportunities provided in foreign conditions against different types of bowling.
Well, the dive coming in a little too late, and it just has the legs to take it down to the boundary. The first boundary of the game. Very neatly played, very deft touch, Roshan.
Yeah, beautifully punched down the ground. No real power behind it, but it's pure timing. Just look at that shot. I mean, there wasn't a great stride. He let the ball come to him, and it tells you that the ball is coming on quite nicely, and he timed it. Another look, a front-on look. There you are, you could see. Just waited for it and then pushed it hard.
That's better. Nepal 5 for none. The first over. Pakistan bank on their fast bowlers to get early inroads. That's what they're really known for. They do bring in some quicks to every format of the game. Well, drifting down leg. But just take a look at this, Roshan. There is pace on offer.
He's going for a foolish length. He's still searching for whatever the surface offers, which is good. Needs to try and pitch it up with a newer ball. Try and find whatever seam movement, if there is any. But at the moment, it doesn't look like that. This is a fairly dry surface, Kosala. The ball's not seaming around. The wide, that has to be a wide.
So the first extra on cards. Nepal move on to 6. There you go. You see that release, where he released, the release came much square on this occasion. And the angle was going always down the leg side. Again, that's very neatly turned away. That's another boundary. So this is not the best of starts for the Pakistan A team, but Nepal will like the way things have gone in the first over. Just a fraction on the leg stump. And good rotation of the wrist.
Yeah, just straying down the leg side, and also this outfield is giving wonderful value for shots. It's a dry day. It's been very well rolled. The outfield looks excellent.
Oh, that's punched away through the extra cover region. That will have the legs go all the way. 3 boundaries in the first over. This is a perfect start for the Nepal team. It's the first over done. It's 14 for none. Roshan, beautiful start for Nepal, isn't it? Just what they wanted.
A good start for Nepal, no doubt. Confident start, and the surface, I think, it justifies the Nepal captain's decision to bat first. It's coming on quite nicely. But what I'm interested to see is how this would respond come the second half.
The ball very coming onto the bat very well. Nepali batters will like this. Trying to play on the up. So the Hani starting the second over for the Pakistan A team, but this has been a wonderful start from Nepal. Again, driving on the up, very well fielded. Definitely saved the boundary on that occasion in using that slight bit that is offered.
They look an attractive pair of batters, I'll tell you. They're not afraid to play shots. There was width, his eyes lit up. Threw his hands really hard at that ball. Right to the fielder, but I'll tell you, they are looking to make a statement here. They're looking to try and get some runs on the board and use this surface, which is expected to get a little bit slower in the second half.
That's better, more straighter. But the Hani will want try and make sure that he doesn't allow any room to be given. 14 for none. Half of the second over done. First over had 14 runs taken off it. Dhani settling down into a better line, better length.
Yeah, what I like about Dhani is now he's trying to get close to the stumps. He's trying to bowl wicket to wicket. I found that the batters are looking to try and play shots when there is width, but he's pretty decent with his pace. Pakistan bowlers are generally pacey, I'll tell you. They're strong and they get a really good bit of pace off the track. They bend their back, they hit the bat hard.
Oh, he's gone. Come on! What a delivery. That one came back and castled the Nepali opener. And that's a very important breakthrough for Pakistani.
Excellent delivery. Well, let's see whether there was a stride at all. There was no stride at all. He was playing from the crease virtually. But take a look at the line. And look at that jack back. Perfect line. And came back between bat and pad because he didn't have a stride. He just couldn't cover it. And he was done with that extra bit of pace off the track. So big wicket for Pakistan. Nepal have lost their first wicket. They're 14 for 1.
So just what Pakistan were looking for. Roshan, the captain, said at the toss, he will want the so 1.5 overs done, 14 for 1. Roshan, the captain, mentioned that he would look for some early wickets, make use of that half an hour.
Yeah, looking at the surface, I thought it was a pretty dry surface, to be honest. And there wasn't a good covering of grass. There was a little bit of patches, but I think it will slow down. It looks pretty dry, and it will be challenging, I think, for the team batting second. So Pakistan captain really wanted to keep Nepal under 200. That would be an interesting chase.
Last ball coming up of over number 2. It's been a wonderful over. 5 dot balls and a wicket. How well can he finish off? Dhani in for the final delivery of over number 2. Beautifully driven, but finds the fielder. It's a maiden wicket over. 2 overs done, 14 for 1. Now, Wasim Jr. will learn from Dahani on the lengths and the lines that he needs to bowl on this surface.
Asif looked so good. I mean, he looked so beautiful on the eye when he looked to drive. He was looking to come forward. Any opportunity, lovely punch down the ground, then through extra cover. So it's important that the bowlers realize the type of length you need to bowl. Now, on a surface that's doing a little bit, the bowler wouldn't mind a better driving to, but not on a surface that's gun barrel straight.
Well, good bit of feeling in a ring. This is what you need. In yesterday's game, Roshan, we saw Oman lapsed in fielding. Yeah, this is the wicket. Beautiful delivery. Beaten, all ends up. Playing down the wrong line. That little nip back really did him on that occasion. Again, the line that the Pakistani fast bowlers will want to settle in. But Asif, he's getting the ball in the middle of the bat, Roshan. That's something good.
If you look at the two bowlers, if you look at Wasim's not moving the ball. He's not getting anything off the surface. But Shanawaz at the other end just got that ball to jag back. He got close to the stumps. That was the reason why that first wicket was got, where it went through the bat and pad. That was Bhuthal.
Standing tall. Now we've had 10 dot balls. Yeah, this is the surface that we're playing on. As we mentioned, looks very dry, brown pitch, very little grass on it. So the batters who get in will have a feast on it. The Pakistani bowlers will make sure they don't want to allow anybody to settle in. Oh, that's a beauty. That's a beauty. That one cut back. And he was very lucky not to touch that one.
Bit of extra bounce. I think bit of extra pace as well. Just look at the angle. Yeah, there was definite inward movement. Again, the key for both the fast bowlers, they get so close to the stumps. Both fast bowlers getting close to the stumps. They got a decent heat that they try and work up. That delivery, again on a perfect length, very nearly found that inside edge.
A dot ball will end over number 3. 2 maidens on the trot. It's 14 for 1. Oh, again, that late movement that Dahani brings in, it's going to trouble the Nepali batsman. 14 for 1, 3.1 overs gone. Take a look at that again. Inside edge onto the pad.
Well, what we see from Dahani is he bowls in swing. We haven't still seen him bowl the one that holds its line or just sends it away from the right-hander. He essentially looks an in-swing bowler. Interesting to see at which point that wrist is and the release.
Slower delivery on that occasion. Punched through the cover region. That's gone all the way down to the boundary.
That was a gift. 18 on the board now. 3.2 overs bowled. It was a full toss again, just looking for that extra length for some movement back into the right-hander. But just erring. Oh, that's bad bounce. Really bad bounce at cover.
There you go. Very unfortunate for the fielder. Maybe hitting the edge of those turf areas. Oh, that's a good comeback delivery. Very well bowled. Didn't move much, but just held its line, went on.
Still 18 for 1. Halfway in the 4th over. Here's another look. Just a hint away from the right-hander. But he gets so close to the stumps, which is a very good trade for a fast bowler. But you'll also want him to try and use the crease as he goes on. But at the moment, getting close.
It's a beauty. Back-to-back deliveries. This is good from the Honey. 4 balls into the 4th over. It's 18 for 1. Just take a look at that again. No feet movement, nothing.
That's the problem. I think there is no stride. So he's just pushing from the crease, and there is a bit of extra bounce, and just enough to beat the outside edge. So that's why I said this is a good test for Nepali batters, because this is a wonderful exposure. I mean, if they can win, it would be great, but I think they'll be happy with the exposure that they're getting.
Well, they finally break the shackles and pick up a single and change ends. It's 19 for 1. 5th ball of the 4th over done. We need to rotate the strike, try to get the singles, take the pressure off.
Yeah, I think the problem for Nepal has been that after that very productive first over, there have been too many dot balls, there have been maidens. When I say a problem, the Pakistan fast bowlers have bowled well. So it is up to these 2 batters to try and survive. Give it to the fast bowlers, give it to them the next half hour if they have to.
That's up in the air. It's taken that point. The second Nepali wicket falls. Dhani picks up his second. And Nepal are 19 for 2 at the end of the 4th.
Now, what was Asif trying to do here? Let's take a look. Now, I think he lost it. He just took his eyes off the ball. He was just looking to flick it away on the onside, and at the last minute turned his head, lost the sight of the ball, and as a result of it, he skied it. Well, that's a sad story. Nepal has lost both their openers. They're 19 for 2 with Asif out for 12.
New batter come to this side. New batter has to come this side.
So Asif and Butul both back in the pavilion. Nepal will need a partnership here. 19 for 2, 4 overs gone. Electing to bat first. Pakistani A, they wanted to bowl first, so they will feel that they've got into this game early. Now Rohit is the new batsman in. That's the captain. We'll need a captain's innings, but it's going to be Wasim Jr. to start over number 5. Looking to work that one away. Will get a single. But I like the intent now. These bowlers starting to bend their back.
20 for 2 now in the 5th over. And the skipper in, he's got a massive responsibility here. Just to try and pull Nepal out of the rut there in at the moment. See, the problem for Nepal is they've lost both openers. I mean, one of them, Asif, looked so good, got those 3 boundaries in the first over.
Oh, that's good. Sitting on the back foot. You see that Wasim gradually starting to gather some pace.
See, I'm wondering whether he was done on the length, whether he misread the length. Was it short, or should have he played on the front foot? I mean, it stayed down. My feeling is that it was pitched up a little bit and he preferred to play on the back foot. And let's see. I think it was an error of judgment in terms of length. So he rather went back when he should have been looking to come forward, because it was pushed a little bit further. So not surprised that it stayed down a bit.
Again, similar stroke.
Seemed to prefer to play from the crease. Rohit, the skipper, 20 for 2 into the 5th over. Another look. Now take a look at this shot. Now it's a nothing shot, really. He was looking to flick it away on the onside. The ball didn't bounce and he completely lost sight of it. And I mean, I think it's elementary that in batting you don't take your eyes off the ball. Just keep watching until it arrives.
This one's punched away. That will find the boundary. Slight width on offer. Standing on his toes and putting it away to the boundary.
Slapped it. Virtually slapped it. 24 for 2 now into the 5th over. 4.4. Look at this. He seemed to enjoy the back foot a lot. He seemed to enjoy the horizontal shots. That was hit with power. Just raced away to the boundary. See, hardly any feet movement. Just stood there and slashed hard.
Well, there is an appeal. And now they're asking the question, and he's gone. He's gone.
Kamini Dissanayake had no hesitation. The Sri Lankan umpire, it was a great catch down the leg side. Again, pitched up a little bit further. Just seaming down the leg side, a fine tickle. Yes, it almost went off the face of the bat. Brilliant catch down the leg side. The captain knew. Straight away, you could see his body language. He took a few steps back. That is a given. So the skipper goes. He really did that much. It's 24 for 3. 4.5 overs.
So Nepal not getting off to the start that they would have expected after winning the toss and batting. 3 down for 24. We are into over number 5. And the top 3 batters are gone. So they need a partnership badly. Need somebody to settle in, steady the ship. Bhim Sharkey, he's the new batsman in. But Pakistan, on the other hand, will feel that they've got this under control. Last ball of over number 5. Now Wasim's got him on the wickets column. He's picked up his first. Good delivery again. Well, that completes over number 5. Nepal electing to bat 24 for 3.
दूसरे बल्ले पे दूसरा बैट्समैन आएगा.
24 for 3, 5 overs done. The Honey will start over number 6. can see that the Pakistani bowlers now, they've settled into a very good length. And both these bowlers, Roshan, if you see, they've got more inward movement than outward. We haven't seen them really taking anything away from the batters.
Also, if you look at the scoring, out of 24, they've had 5 boundaries. So what does it tell you? There's no rotation of the strike. They've been rooted on one side. Bowlers have been allowed to bowl to one batter, which is what the bowlers would love to, rather than bowling to different batters.
Oh, this is good. This is good. Once again, the movement of the feet not happening with the Nepal. They prefer to play from the crease, throw their bat at it.
See, that plus the brilliant length. Now, this is another look of that catch down the leg side. Excellent take. Great anticipation by the keeper. It went off the face of the bat. That was a rare loose delivery that was not pounced on. Captain would be pretty disappointed. But just getting back to what Dhawan's doing at the moment. Yes, the batter's not moving too much. That stride is not seen. Oh, that's frustration. That's frustration. The 24 for 3 now in the 6th over, 5 overs and 3 balls. That's what frustration could do. Some really good deliveries, and then you force the batter to do something something in indiscretion, you know, and trying to just play an unnecessary shot. That's the experience of these Pakistan fast bowlers. That's what they're trying to do. Just try and lure, try and force the batters to do a mistake.
This is good. This is very good. This is building pressure, building more dot balls. 24 for 3, 5.4 overs done so far. Well, Nepal needs these two batters to settle in, try and do something, make sure that they don't give any more wickets to the faster men of the Pakistan A team. They had a bad start in the first over, they come back very well. Well, that's been worked away, but as far as a single, like a bounce on that occasion,
Not in control, definitely not in control. This is an indication of the frustration that is building in the Nepali batters. They're trying to break free. That's what you see. You see Bhim, I think it was Arjun who was trying to play that shot. Now Bhim is just in. He's trying to break free. Now in a situation like this, you would expect them to try and bat through, try and survive. See, I mean, you got to understand that this doesn't look a surface that you'll be targeting 300. Maybe you'll be happy with 200 if you could. Last ball of the over, 25 for 3 at the moment.
A dot ball will end over number 6. Nepal, 25 for 3. The 7th over, just about to start. Wasim Jr. into his 4th. This one's been hiked over mid-wicket, and that's gone all the way for the first 6 of the innings. That will release the pressure a bit.
That's a get out of jail shot. Now 31 for 3 with that 6, first ball of the 7th over. This is what Arjun have been waiting for. He's batting outside the crease. He's searching for that short delivery. It is very, very clear that they love to play those horizontal shots. They've been attempting that. But what Pakistan A has done well is that they have bowled very compelling lengths. That has made the batters. That's a poor delivery. That's a wide. That's not the follow-up delivery you would want from Wasim. You would rather just go full bowler length just outside the off stump, because that's the area we found that the Nepali batters don't enjoy much. Give them short, give them width, See, that's down the leg side. Now he's going for it, which is understood. So now 32 with that wide. Give them width. And I'll tell you, they will cut you and pull you till the cows come home.
Taken on the full, and that will be another boundary. Now, this has not been the best of deliveries from Wasim Jr. in this over. Another boundary, 10 of the over so far. It's moved on to 36 for 3. Even 6.2 overs. Take a look at that again. On the full. Thank you very much.
He's releasing the pressure. He's definitely releasing the pressure. He's given a 6, he's given a 4. It just relaxes the batter a little bit more. And now he's got a 6, he's got a 4, he's got his feet moving, he's got himself moving. Now let's see what his approach is going to be. What is Arjun going to do? Is he going to blast the bowling, or is he willing to hang around, push it around, do it in singles and look to build a score? See, that's the big decision they got to make here.
Well, a better delivery. 6.3 overs done, 36 for 3.
Pakistan needs to be a little bit more disciplined, particularly from the end. Wasim is bowling. Well, Dhawan at the other end was very good. He's been on a length. He's at 2 for 6 in 3 overs, but Wasim has gone for 29 runs into his 4th over. 4 runs. That's the 37th run. That's not good fielding. Very lucky he recovered quickly. Little nudge. Now, Nepal 37 for 3, 6.4 quotes. Now they need to now find a method. They need to get a partnership going. And how do you construct the innings? Are you looking for singles? Are you looking for twos? Are you looking to blast the bowling? I mean, that's something that playing there on that surface, they should know by now.
By the looks of it, at the moment, what they look for is to blast the bowling around, especially try and make the maximum out of the power play. That's better from Wasim. 37 for 3, 6.5 overs done.
My point is this is not a 300 surface for sure. So should you blast just because it's a power play and 2 fielders, or do you adopt a different style? See, my take is that you look at playing a more mellowed down and a more disciplined approach rather than really looking to take on the bowling.
He's bowled him. He's bowled him. The 4th Nepali wicket falls. Again, trying to play it on the offside. No feet movement, playing from the crease. And he's a goner.
Look at that shot attempted. That's exactly what he tried to do. Let's first look at the length. It's a little bit too full to try and play that short square of the wicket. You can't play it. You see, again, just look at this. Just outside the off stump, coming back. Length is good. Feet going nowhere. When you got to play a shot with a full face, you try and play a horizontal shot. So he's gone without much. Nepal at the end of 7 are 37 for 4.
Nepal in all sorts of trouble here. 37 for 4, only the completion of the 7th over. A decision by the Nepali captain, Rohit Paudel, to bat after winning the toss has not worked out for them. The Pakistani bowlers have been devastating. They've been taking wickets at regular intervals. Dahani really on song. Alongside me, Sikandar Bak. Very good morning to you.
Good morning, Shamim, and morning to all our viewers. Yes, indeed. I mean, the story just tells everything. It's self-explanatory. Even if you look at the score and if you look at the performance, I don't know if this decision of batting first comes from how the two captains decided yesterday. The game between Sri Lanka and Bangladesh, they're the side winning the toss, batted first. Here, it was Afghanistan A versus Oman A. Side winning toss decided to bat first. And not a bad idea. But you got to utilize that flip of the coin if it comes your way.
First sight when we were down there just before the toss, it didn't look too threatening, the wicket. It seemed placid. There was not too much greenery on top. And I think, look at the towel falling out here from the bowler, just at point of delivery. Did it distract the batter at all? Just angling back in. And sometimes it can be very distracting. And that's something that the umpire has got to keep an eye out for. Dahani really generating a bit of pace. And into the 8th over, the second delivery has been bowled. Nepal 37 for 4.
Not taking anything away from the Pakistan A bowlers, but it's also to do with certain shot selections we've seen in the wickets that have been lost. Asif was looking very good, the boundaries he hit against Wasim Jr. But it's just that suddenly that urge of trying to hit everything for runs, it's probably cost them. And then we heard our fellow commentators, lack of foot movement.
Now there's an opportunity and it's been taken. Well, they were testing them with the short pitch deliveries. Nepal are not in a position to take on these. Would be a little better if they're a little more circumspect in their approach. But they've been prepared to take the bowling on, and in the process, they've paid the price. Another wicket down. And the Pakistani A team are cock-a-hoop.
Yeah, once again, the case of a trap being set and you falling into it. Now, there's a man at a 75 marker at square leg, and you take him on. And eventually you pay that price. So again, it's about the shot selection. It's about the game plan from your bowling, from the bowling side, and the batters are not doing any favors. Half the side back into the pavilion. It's 37 for 5.
And a whole lot of bother is Nepal deciding to bat here after winning the toss, and it has not worked for them. In trouble straight away after a good start in the very first over, but the Pakistani A team chipping away consistently, not allowing any of the batters to settle down. Pawan is the new batter in, and he is absolutely elated. Wealth of experience, represented the country at the top level. Dahani has got his tail up. Nepal in all sorts of trouble. Just checking back in. They've been troubling them with balls that are shaping back in. The balls that are pitched short have been at an awkward height. It's been a baptism by fire per se. Into the last delivery of the 8th over, 37 for 5. Need some rebuilding. They need a partnership to grow here.
No!
Nicely behind that. At the end of 8, it's 37 for 5. ACC Men's Emerging Teams Asia Cup here at Colombo. We're at the Colombo Cricket Club, and Pakistan dominating here. Ahmad Butt, the new bowler in. Couple of youngsters. Is an all-rounder. Goes a bit of seam up deliveries, not the paciest. But of course, Sikandar, handy bowler to have, particularly at this point of the innings.
He's got a lot of experience, Ahmad Butt. He's been one of the good picks for Pakistan and in the domestic circuit. If you want to have someone in the white ball, whether it's the 50-over version or the 20, he's someone who is a finisher with the bat, and someone who would exactly be bowling at this stage of the game, or maybe a little later, but since you got to give rest to your fast bowlers, here he is. And if the batters at the crease at the moment apply themselves properly, because there's so many overs to go, this can be the time where they can actually fancy their chances for pushing the ball around and getting those singles, because they won't have to deal with that extra space. So a bit of breathing space available now for the Nepal batters at the moment.
Well, they'll want to utilize that. And we've seen lack of rotation strike. Seen a few boundaries and over boundary. But when you're under pressure, you want to ensure that you milk the runs. Oh, just the inside part of the bat. Scampers through for the single, thinking of a second, not an boys option. Move on to 39 for 5 into the third ball of the ninth over. Yeah, looking at the Pakistan team, the few, I'm sure, Sikandar, who might be in contention with the Asia Cup coming up, the selectors keeping an eye on things happening here.
Oh yes, not just the Asia Cup which is here, it's also the Test Series that's starting. So they're keeping in mind if anyone could be included in the squad. And a lot of very promising youngsters out here. You talk about top order bats. Sayam Ayub is there, Haris himself, the captain. You have Tayyib Tahir in the middle order, someone who can, or upper middle order, number 3, number 4. Qasim Akram is not in the 11, another very handy, promising all-rounder. And they've had a good grilling series against Zimbabwe. They were there, Pakistan Shaheens, or Pakistan A, you may call it. And they were tested out there, I tell you that much. Hasibullah is a good opener, just on your screen.
Of course, the two opening bowlers, Dahani and Mohammad Wasim, have represented their countries in white ball cricket already, I understand.
Yes, of course, they have. Also Arshad Iqbal, who's not in the 11. I thought he would be a good call, but then only 11 can be fitted in a game. Probably see more of him later on.
The last ball to go in this ninth over, 39 for 5. Nepal trying to come back into this game. Look at that shape, lovely. And that's what you gotta have when you're lacking in pace, the accuracy, a little bit of movement in the air. And Ahmed had done very, very well in that regard. Guides it, but straight to the fielder, no chance of a run. Ends over number 9. It's 39 for 5. Pakistan, being asked to bowl, have done wonderfully well. And he continues, pitches it short, catch it is the call, and it's been taken. All the short pitch deliveries have really troubled the Nepali batters. They haven't found ways to sort of negotiate the balls, and on that occasion, just spoons away and a simple catch taken.
Yeah, the batter is not happy. It feels like he's saying the ball has gone into his helmet rather than anywhere else. He hasn't touched it with a glove or bat. It's gone in front of him. If it's hit the helmet, that's a lot of bounce on that. Yeah, he feels it's hit the visor, not the bat. That's why he was standing ground. The umpire on field has given him out.
Going to have a front foot check, but you're right. I think that the batter might be pondering that it went around and hit his helmet before. Maybe it brushed the gloves on the way. That's what the umpire is thinking about. There you go, just that check for overstepping. That's all right. No worries about that one. Well behind the line, and as it's a fair delivery. So have a look at the batter. He's been told that it's a legal delivery, and he possibly had a little bit of a feather before it went on to hit the helmet and deflected away for a catch. That is another one down for Nepal. They are in all sorts of bother. 39 for 6.
Yeah, it's the pace that has been the problem for the Nepalese batters out there. 4 wickets now for just 6 runs for Shahnawaz Dani. It's a good thing from Captain Mohammad Haris to continue him into his 5th over. He's got that pace, the energy is there, and he's bowling to a plan. The last wicket that fell, he's got a short square leg or short mid-wicket in place for that bounce, and he's been bowling those short deliveries. He's got one at the deep square leg position also. So what he's doing with his pace is he's not really allowing the batters to move out of the line of the ball, and the pace is just bringing in that error in judgment. Do they go for the shot or they just let it go to the keeper? Well, all said and done, it has worked well. 6 down for 39 now in the 10th over.
Gulshan Shah, the new batter in, he'll be tested. And Nepal all sorts of trouble, digging a hole for themselves, looking at the wicket early on, deciding to bat first after winning the toss. But the 2 opening bowlers have given them a torrid time. Particularly Dhani has been exemplary. Oh, right on the money. Sometimes feel that Dhani would welcome the new batter with a short pitch delivery. He's got 2 slips in position. He's maintained a lovely line and length. He's tested them with short pitch deliveries once in a while, and more often than not, it's worked in his favor. Intelligently bowled. I like his demeanor. I like the way he smiles and talks to everyone. Seems to be enjoying his cricket, Dhani.
I've never seen a name been put up the other way around. Halibul Bisa. It's Habibullah. So that's one way of calling it out. What figures for Shahnawaz Dani? 4 for 6 in his 5th over.
Waiting for that to come on. Nice, that's played with soft hands. Getting off the mark, and due to that overthrow, it's a tumbling save at the end. Could have been 4 more runs added on, but they've got an extra run, so 2 more to add to that Nepali total of 41 for 6 into the 10th over. 3 balls have been bowled.
Yeah, good backing up done by Hasibullah. That's the running between the wickets. You always need to have game awareness. Keep an eye where the ball is going after the throw. Every run counts, especially when you are struggling with wickets falling left, right and centre.
Dhani has been a picture of accuracy in terms of its lines and lengths. And the mix-up, that surprise short pitch delivery, more often than not, has really troubled all the Nepali batsmen who have come through so far. Not used to this kind of pace. The Nepal team playing with the big boys. I know it's the A team of Pakistan. They've got a lot of players who have had international exposure. And this is the support staff for Nepal. They'll be a tad disappointed, understandably. They had a good showing in the earlier games in Nepal. This is going to be signalled a wide. Add another to the score. 42 for 6 now.
It's a good dress rehearsal. When you talk about the Asia Cup coming up, you just get a feeling what will be on offer in terms of conditions, the pitches out here. And the teams or the players who are not actually playing this tournament and will play the Asia Cup, they can just watch and learn and understand what's coming their way once the Asia Cup starts. And who knows, one or two of them might get an opportunity to be in the squad.
Absolutely. And just talking about the Nepali team, they qualified for the World Cup qualifiers in Zimbabwe. And it wasn't too much of a success, but it's the experience that matters. And also qualifying for the Asia Cup proper. Nepal was there in the Premier Cup in Kathmandu, and what a day it was in beating I think the United Arab Emirates in the finals. Beat Oman, and they had a wonderful time. And the support that was generated, it was brilliant to see the crowds coming in to the Tribhuvan University ground in Kathmandu. Oh, that is end of another good over. 10 done. It's 43 for 6.
Thank you, sir.
Let's look at the big scoreboard here. 43 for 6. All sorts of trouble. Nepal reiterating that they did win the toss, decided to bat first. Pakistan captain said that was all right because he'd have decided to bowl first if he had won the toss. Lovely ground here. Colombo Cricket Club in Colombo. Nice weather. It's thankfully clear of the threat of rain. There's a bit of rain in the air yesterday. First phase, the first power play done and dusted, into the second power play. More protection in the deep for Pakistan. 4 fielders outside the 30-yard circle.
Just talking about Nepal and how their story of success has brought them to the actual Asia Cup. And this is the side that will play that Asia Cup. It's their national side playing in this emerging as well. These are the wickets. The first one, Shahnawaz Dani just going right through the defense and then trying to work it on the onside. It's a nothing shot on top edge. Tayyib Tahir does well. Then, well, a very soft dismissal, trying to work it. The captain goes, gets the face of the bat. Again, lack of footwork, chopping it on to the stumps. Then the short ball strategy worked, taking on that fielder at the 75 marker. Back live again. And then the last wicket also, which took a feather touch of the glove and onto the helmet. Again, that short ball from Shahnawaz Dani. And he's been superb. It's brilliant rhythm. As the wicket that was caught at square leg. And then the final wicket just off that visor of the helmet. And that's the 4 wickets for Shahnawaz Dani and 2 for Wasim Jr.
Nicely behind that, through the cover region. That leaves some of the nerves. A boundary after quite a while.
It's a good pitch to bat on. I mean, you're talking about big scores here. We saw 260 odd scored by Afghanistan A yesterday. It's about applying yourself and getting those proper cricketing shots going. This was a bad fielding from the fielder in the covers. That's Hasibullah. Probably got a bad bounce. But nevertheless, whatever it may be, it's added 4 runs to the total. taking it to 47 now, 47 for 6 in the 11th over.
Ahmad Butt has been consistent. Last delivery put away to the boundary. But he tries something different. Now he carries on in a similar vein. 4 balls of the 11th over completed, 47 for 6. The score now. 2 balls to go. And this Gulshan Jah will be trying to build up this partnership now. There's really been a struggle right from the word go, except for the very first over. Absolute domination by Pakistan A. Pitches it up, just slowed it down, but it was the toe end of the bat that got the runs. Striving for the Yorker there.
It's not a bad idea. Push the ball around, just allow yourself to spend some time out there. Nepal 48 for 6. And I'm talking about their story, how good they've been. Went unbeaten in that tournament to qualify for the Asia Cup. Beat UAE in the final, and the crowd you spoke about in Kathmandu, 30,000. Actually 30,001. Andrew Leonard was also there.
Right behind that. That is the end of the 11th over. It's 48 for 6. There's going to be continuation of Shahnawaz Dahani, understandably, even despite the heat. I think the captain opting, and even Dahani given the option to carry on. And why not? He's got 4 wickets. He'd love to get 5 wickets in his first spell. He looks calm enough. There's a bit of breeze blowing across the ground. This brings some kind of a respite for the players in the middle, but it's been tough going for Nepal. Really got to just batten down and sort things out. Full toss, maybe signs of tiredness here from Shahnawaz Dahani.
Yeah, it's a funny thing that I've just noticed. So if you're actually looking in your rear view mirror and you see an ambulance, you read it the right way. That's how Hasibullah has been spelled. Not from left to right, but right to left. It's amazing how it's done.
Incredible, well spotted, Sikandar. Dahani, if he does not get a wicket in this over, I suspect may be given a bit of a rest. He seems to be a little tired, a little less pace in his bowling as we come to 49 for 6, and we've got the second ball of the 12th over has been bowled. 4 more to go. Around the wicket, change of the angle. He gets the channel going, but I don't think the batter was in too much of a bother.
No, that's not a bad idea, Shamim. You know he's coming round the wickets trying to angle the ball in. I'm talking from the batter's point of view. They know that this is probably his last over in this spell, so just see him off. Don't try to attempt a shot against him. He's got his tail up. He's got 4 for 11. He's done his shopping for the day, at least with that new ball. Why would you want to try him out or try anything against him?
It'll be a test of temperament for the Nepali batters in the middle. Gets behind the line, gets it away, and far enough from the fielder at backward point to take a single, to take the score up now to the 50 mark. 50 for 6, 4 deliveries. These are the wickets for the Hani. That one crept through. And then awkward looking shot, spooned in the air. A couple of fielders converging on it, eventually taking it. And another short one, and this time round a simple take at the backward square. This one possibly off the gloves, and then the helmet eventually getting him his 4th wicket. It's been a very fiery spell. Back live, another short one, another swivel. Fortunate it didn't go to hand, possibly got the gloves to it. Gets a single to take Nepal now up to 51.
Again, that attempt of a shorter ball and not trying to let go. It's about the good short balls that he's bowling. He's not allowing the batters to duck under it or let that one leave those alone. Every time you see that there's an attempt coming in. He's lucky just landed in no man's area. Otherwise, Harris felt for a moment he has an opportunity of a catch.
Another short one. Comfortably negotiated. They amble through for another single. And the Hani has completed that over, which is the 12th of the innings. It's 52 for 6. Six wicket down, and this is rebuilding work going on between the two in the middle. Pakistani bowlers have bowled a very, very good and accurate spell. Nepal deciding to bat first here at the Men's Emerging Cup have been in a whole lot of trouble. Gulshan Jah has got a wealth of experience in the associate member sort of arena, and he will be looked at by the Nepal supporters to ensure that he steadies the rocking boat. Talk about that support Nepal has at home and in the diaspora of Nepali people outside the country. It's incredible the amount of interest generated in the recent past with their success. Full toss. Opportunity for the batter to throw his bat at it and help himself to a boundary. A rare one, a welcome one.
That's a proper cricketing shot, and then you just see that the runs are available on this surface. Not being hasty about trying to score runs. That was a bad ball, just a low full toss. He's managed it through the offside in the gap. So important when your side is down and out, pushed against the wall. You've got to capitalize on the scoring opportunities, and that's exactly what was done.
Score has moved on to 56 for 6, and Ahmad Butt really needs to be the picture of accuracy he was in the previous over. That low full toss allowed some of the pressure to be relieved on the batters, allowing them to settle down. As you mentioned, Sikandar, no gremlins in the wicket, so they can trust the bounce and carry of the wicket and play accordingly. It's just that the lack of experience has played a part in the way the things have gone for them. And once again, the short pitch delivery, doing the work, an appeal to the umpire. What does he think? Did he get a bit of bat, bit of glove, or did it hit the shoulder? And it must have hit the helmet. They're asking for a concussion check. The protocol has to be gone through every time there's a hit on the helmet with the ball.
Yeah, it's clearly gone straight onto that badge, onto that helmet. Got to go through that concussion protocol. Have a look at that again. Short a ball, and it's just been a touch late on that shot. Ahmad is not express fast, but this just surprised Kushal. Right on that badge. Quick look by the physio, and good to go.
And that's good news. It was a quick decision. And normally, concussion protocol, there's a process when you're asking the batter, whether his focus, you ask the name, what day of the week it is. Simple questions just to see if he's focused or not. And that was done pretty quickly. So he must have been saying, oh, I'm all right, mate. I'm fit to carry on. But this is a test. All the Nepali batters have been tested with the short pitch deliveries. It's 56 for 6 halfway through the 13th over. Oh, he throws his bat at it. It's over the top. That's a bold strike. Took him on, and he's got the maximum.
Yeah, Malla there. Again, the scoring opportunities, and you go big. You go after them. Cannot allow the opposition to just squeeze the life out of you. This again, very over-pitched through the line and hit well. You know the field is up in the circle, so you don't have to fear if you don't connect well. You'll be safe. This time, clears the rope comfortably.
Well, this over would give Nepal some confidence in trying to make that effort to come back from the rather dismal start they've had. These two building up a little partnership. Oh, it's got the upper part of the bat, the top edge, and it's gone away for a rather streaky and lucky boundary. But they'll take it, that's for sure.
Yeah, slightly quicker on that occasion. Just get that top edge. You see that aggressive mode now the batter is in. Again, that short ball. They won't let them go. They'll attempt everything. He's trying to keep that ball down, but he takes that top part of the bat just around that shoulder. Goes big. Just one bounce into the fence.
Oh, check shot. Had a big backlift, thinking of a big swing. And it's a very fruitful over for Nepal. After 13, all the sixes. 6 for 6. A 27-run partnership being built here by the two. It's trying to just rebuild the tottering innings by Nepal. Good work by the two. Lovely little guide away with the opening of the face of the bat, a single to third man. Mohammad Wasim Jr. taking the wickets, just a tickle around the leg side. Good take behind by the wicketkeeper. The towel fell off, but the ball didn't miss the wickets, and he got those 2 wickets early. Changing ends now.
Now, I'm not giving excuses here, but you know, certain grounds and quite a few grounds around the world, you'll find the square being a little elevated from the rest of the outfield. Over here, Wasim Jr. bowling from the scoreboard end, there is a sharp rise. As soon as you're getting into your delivery stride, there's a sharp rise and you get onto that square. That might be playing in the back of his mind, and we saw him bowling those wayward lengths and being hit. Now he's taken that other end, which is the pavilion end, which was being used by Shahnawaz Dhani. This just might help him a little bit because it's not that awkward rise when you get onto that square.
Yeah, Sikandar, when you're talking about slopes, it's not well, but in the meantime, he's got him. Just Another strike, suddenly out of the blue. Mohammad Wasim has struck, cleaned him up completely. 7th wicket goes down for Nepal, and the change of ends worked perfectly for him.
Well, it has indeed. He's chopped it on, if I'm not wrong, and suddenly realized that the bails are off. Pakistan A or Pakistan Shaheens are really wrapping this up fast and quick. What are you doing after lunch, Shamim? 67 for 7. And Mullah goes for 17. Wasim Jr. gets his third, and that is 67 for 7.
अबे इसका एंटीना कहाँ है? इसका एंटीना कहाँ है? कहाँ? अबे गिरा हुआ है। सीधा कर। अच्छा शॉर्ट मिड विकेट हसीबा अंपायर के साथ
Well, a little partnership that was building has been broken. 67 for 7. That's the Jan scoreboard here at the CCC. Look at those numbers with the batters. Nothing to talk about. But 3 wickets for Wasim Jr. and 4 wickets to Dahani. That's been the highlight of the game so far. So Wasim Jr. Pakistan will want to end things up quickly. They've been really on the money from ball 1. They had a bad first over, but after that, it's been Pakistan paces all the way.
Right, another look at the wicket. This is wicket number 7. Looking to play the pull shot now. The problem is there is no feet. There is no rotation of that weight. There is no weight transfer. He's there. He's just there. He's not rocking back. Bit of extra bounce. Couldn't handle it. Played onto the stumps. Another look. Where you could see that. I mean, you would expect a batter to rock on the back foot, either leave or then try to ride the bounce. He was in no position because he was just there. He's rooted to the crease. Now, we'll come to that after this ball. Now, how would Nepal look at this? To me, yes, they haven't done well. 68 for 7 doesn't really represent a good performance. But they need to look at this as a learning curve. This is a massive learning curve for them. They're an associate country, a country that is coming up and promising and threatening to beat big teams, and they have potential. There is no doubt about it. So use this as a learning experience, and next game try and improve. That's what you need to do. I don't think Nepal will be too worried about their results, Kosala, because yes, winning is important, but for a team like Nepal, I think it's about what they gain out of a tournament like this. At the moment, 68 for 7, 1 ball to go in the over.
Yeah, definitely true, Roshan. It's the learning curve, how they take it, how they play. Now, this is the previous delivery. Definitely down the leg side. 14 overs done, 67. So this is the Nepali dugout. They still are able to find some smiles, isn't it, Roshan?
Doesn't look a very happy place. That's understandable. I mean, it's a big experience for these guys. I'm delighted for what they are experiencing here. They are playing in a foreign country, different types of pitches, and bit of extra pace. It's a new challenge, and cricketers will. I mean, these guys will only become better with the experience.
Pin for the first time. Cuts off well. Chance of a run out. Oh, what were they doing? What were they doing?
The non-striker, he was ball watching. When he was going there was a definite run out. It was a poor throw. I must tell you, it always in front of the wicket. It's the striker's call. Take a look. Lovely stride, pushes. Now keep an eye on the non-striker. Let's try and show you the non-striker if we can. And he was struggling. The throw was bad. That was now this is a better thing. Now look how late he starts. See, this is an elementary mistake, Kosala, you know it. Because in front of the wicket, the call is of the facing bat. Behind the wickets, it's a non-striker's call. So when you are called and when the striker is coming, you run.
Nice.
You're not going to be ball watching, and he very nearly paid the price for that.
Well, they can't afford a run out at this point, that's for sure. They're already 7 down. 15th over in progress, 70 for 7 after electing to bat. Turn, not a big turner of the ball, but he's just getting that turn that an off-spinner would normally get off the surface.
The thing about the Nepali batters, the top order that I've seen, is that they look an attractive bunch of batters. They've got decent techniques, just like that. Yes, they've struggled a little bit with the stride when the ball's pitched up a little bit with extra pace, but they're very attractive as a batting unit. Very stylish players. They appear to have good technique.
Good start for the off-spinner. Putting it in the right areas. It always gives you that confidence, when you've got 7 wickets down, to come and bowl straight on. Makes things a little bit easier to settle into a line and length.
You know you're not under pressure. The batters are not looking to attack you. So you can settle in nicely. 70 for 7, 15 gone.
So it's still pace from the other end. You can see that the Pakistani captain wants to finish things off early. Want to settle things. This is the scoreboard that is showing the figures. 70 for 7. Get 1 for that. But Mohammad Wazim and Alia, they've really done a fantastic job, Roshan. They really bent their back and got the wickets.
See, what would the Nepali batters be telling themselves? I think one of the areas that I found them struggling is the way they look to construct an innings. They look very attractive when the ball is there to be hit. They love to drive. When there is width, they will look to try and drive. But see, those little faces when they were tied down with dot balls, with maidens, it's the way they came out of that situation. It's the way they tackled it.
Well, that was, I would say that is a little bit optimistic. The shout going down the leg side. And also, Roshan, let's take a look at that again. Yeah, there you go.
So, see, Kosala, now if you look at experienced sides, they know that they need to concede a certain time to the bowler. Let the bowler win that little phase. Let the bowler win that little battle. But survive and try and overcome it. Try and survive that little bit. And then maybe look to try and construct an innings. See, the mistake, now it's still 72 for 7, 15.3 balls. The mistake I saw, which was quite apparent, is that the Nepali batters were looking for get-out-of-jail shots. They were looking to blast the bowling, and in the process, under pressure, dot balls building, they attempting shots like that got out, became rather soft. So that's an area I'm sure they'll want to pay a lot of attention.
Oh, that's going down the throat. That's wicket number 8. Well, there was only one fielder down there, and he found him.
Again, good thinking, very good thinking. The ram shot was on, but unfortunately down the throat of the man at third man. Nepal lose yet another wicket. 72 for 8. Another look. There is bounce. He just backed away quite nicely. And the attempt was good. The thinking was good. The problem was the execution. Just couldn't get it over the line. And there was, to a certain extent, a high-risk shot. 72 for 8. Gulshan goes for 13. Nepal sinks even further. 15.4 overs.
So this is the scoreboard here at the CCC. It's been there for a long time, isn't it, Roshan?
Well, we are in the electronic age, but this is still the manual age. And it is quite beautiful. I mean, Sri Lanka had some wonderful scoreboards. The Saras Oval scoreboard, which stands now, I think, for a very long time, manually operated. SSE has a very brand new electronic scoreboard. But CCC still sticking to that manual scoreboard. If you go to the grounds, if you go to Pallekele, you go to Hambantota, there are massive structures of manual scoreboards. You know, coming from our era, it used to be all manual. You know, you would turn that, you would change the numbers, but it's now becoming an electronic scoreboard, 72 for 8, and you'll have people manning. You see in those little pigeonholes, you see people manning. They remove those numbers physically, manually. It used to be the way, and it's still the way.
Just imagine, Roshan, many runs are scored on this ground in Test cricket, and it's all done manually. I can remember Brendan Kurupu making a double 100 in this ground against New Zealand. Wow, amazing, isn't it?
No!
That's the end of the over. 72 for 8 at the end of 60. Well, it's pace again from this end, so you can surely see that the Pakistani captain wants to finish things off very early.
He wants to finish the tail. He wants to bombard them with fast bowling. Yorkers, short balls. Let's see what happens here. Well, contrary to everything, he starts off with a good length delivery. But I must tell you, I've been impressed with this young man, Dahani. He's been very good with the control. The way he's bowled 4 for 14 in the 7th over. Nepal 72 for 8 Kosala in the 17th over. Dahani has been brilliant. He's been wicket to wicket. He's found the ball. He's jagged it back into the right-hander. He's questioned, asked a lot of questions, both from the outside edge and the inside edge of the right-handers.
That was expected. That was expected, especially a short ball at the tail enders. That's normally what the fast one. This is the wicket. There you go. He was trying to play the wrap. He got good contact, but just didn't get enough elevation on that to take it beyond the fielder.
You think it was lack of pace? I think if there was a bit more extra pace, the ball would have flown over third man. I think the fact that this surface is not the quickest, it didn't really come on. Because for a ramp, shots like that, the ramp, the scoop, you need a bit of pace on the ball. You can't, when there is lack of pace. Spinners used to do that. Another look at previous short delivery. But it's a very good leave. He dropped his gloves. So spinners, when you're looking to sweep or when you're looking to play that reverse, you try and take pace off. So I think the problem was that the ball really didn't arrive. It was hit hard into the deck, but that's the kind of surface we are playing on.
That's the signal for the first one. Second one. Well, he's testing batsman with the short ball. Yorker expected, Roshan?
Yeah, he's looking to set him up. He's so far looked to push him on the back foot. Just back of a length. He's got a bit of bounce. Let's see the thinking. It could be a Yorker. It could be a swinging Yorker. These Pakistan fast bowlers, I'll tell you, these guys are very clever at that. Still no, still back of a length. But I like the line. The line is perfect. Just outside the off stump, about the 4th or 5th stump. 72 for 8 at the moment. One ball to go in the 17th over.
Look at that delivery again. But I like the way this batsman has been leaving. He's pulling his hands down, watching the ball till the end. There you go. This is the scoreboard that we were talking about, the manual scoreboard. Well, a dot ball will end over number 17. Nepal 72 for 8. So it's pace at both ends. Oh, well, oh, they should have taken 2 there. They should have taken 2. That's poor running.
Yeah, there wasn't a great amount of intent shown in the running here. Timed it well. They should have been pushing. Nepal should be looking for every possible run. And you could see that batters are very comfortable. When they look to either hit it on the up. Oh, yes, that was rather poor. Very poor running.
No run!
Also, the fact that, Roshan, the way we've seen how the Nepali batters are batted, maybe they were undone a little bit with more extra pace. Maybe they're not played much quick bowlers as the Pakistani pacers. Maybe in Nepal might be more medium type of bowlers, and also the surfaces that they play in Nepal might be more like more flatter. That ball really comes off where you can play on the up.
See, this is, I think, one of the challenges associate countries have in terms of competition that they're up against. You play against similar teams of similar strength, score still 73 for 8 into the 18th over. But when you're suddenly up against, as you said, against the quicker, taller Pakistan fast bowlers, you play on a pitch that is different, that does something. Either it's bouncing a bit or not arriving. These become, new challenges, new situations where the countries like Nepal encounter, which they don't do all the time. So this is why they should be playing more. They should keep playing more games. And even if they can tour countries or invite A teams to come and play, that's a wide. A teams to come and play in their own backyard, or they go and play A teams in other of the main countries, the full member countries. It will give them a lot of exposure and experience. So you could see they're up against a Pakistan A team. This is a national team of Nepal, but you can see that there is a fair bit of inadequacies in their game which they need to polish. They certainly have the talent, there is no doubt about it.
That's one. Will find the boundary. Nepal will take it nevertheless. Swing hard again. That's what they normally do, is it?
Kosala, look at the way they have been scoring runs, the boundaries they got. They've all been quality shots, most of it. Even this one, for someone batting low in the order, very well executed flick shot. So you could see that these young batters, the Nepali batters, surely know their cricket, but they'll get better with the experience, they'll get better with the exposure. I think that's what they'll be obviously looking for and working for. And tournaments like this, I'll give ACC, Asian Cricket Council, a massive, congratulations, a massive well done for organizing tournaments like this and getting teams like this to play in such tournaments.
I like the way this batter has been leaving deliveries, Roshan. He's one batsman that we've seen who has not been trying to slash outside the off stump. Yeah, this is Wasim Junior's wicket. That is a very good take by the keeper. And there you go. This is what I was talking about. This is what I was talking about. Third one. Yeah, this is the last wicket that he picked up. Trying to clear the third man boundaries. 4 for 39. The delivery was looking for that Yorker. That's the end of the over. It's 78 for 8. So Dahani will start another over, the 19th of the Nepali innings. There you go. Once again, just playing from the crease, no feet movement, throwing the bat at it.
That was more of a stand and deliver shot. But you must understand that we're talking about the lower part of the Nepal batters. What about the Pakistan A team? I mean, if you look at them, I mean, look at the potential, look at the talent Pakistan carries. These are the guys who are waiting in the wings to come in and replace players of the national team. in the gap at mid-wicket. Should run away to the boundary. Yes, it's just overhauled. I think it's well done. Very well done. Only a couple of runs. But every time there is an opportunity to score, these guys have looked to pounce on it.
Yeah, definitely. They're not afraid to throw that bat. When they take a look at that again. Once again, playing from the crease. No movement back off on, but that is good fielding. That's a very good effort. Pushing it just inside the line. And recovering well. Good combination. Oh, that's unbelievable. Just hit. It looked to me more of like a baseball shot.
Had more reflection in it than anything else. It was more of a reflex shot. Quick movement, feet didn't move. We've been speaking about the lack of feet movement, but the bat swung. It's more of a hand-eye coordination. They seem to see the ball quickly. They seem to pick up length, particularly the ones that are just back of a length. And they cope well with them.
And also something that it's the pace, isn't it? Now, it's not as quick as it looked early in the morning. It's just getting a little bit slower. That's the fact that they've been able to play those shots. The top order batsmen didn't find that time to play those shots.
Yeah, I think that was what was expected of this surface. As the sun comes out and starts to bake it, the pitch will slow down. It can turn as well because it's quite dry. Pakistan's skipper wanted to have Nepal under 200. Bold. Good thinking. This guy has been impressive, Dani. He's had a brilliant spell so far. He's mixed it up very well, Kosala. His lines have been brilliant. And he's basically asked a lot of questions. Into the 8th over with Nepal on 81 for 8. Last ball to go. He has a return of 4 for 17, which is very impressive.
Oh, that's beautifully worked away, but just a single. Oh, this is poor, very poor. No one to back up, and that'll earn them 5 runs. 86 for 8, 19 done.
Who is the heat? Yeah, the heat.
Deepa.
So 86 for 8 at the end of the 19th. On the adjoining ground at the SSC, it's UAE A versus India A. And UAE, after 18 overs, a 74 for 5. Almost similar type of scores, Roshan, but here we got 8 wickets down.
See, both teams up against some really tough ones. Pakistan, a top team, India, a top team, UAE and Nepal are associate countries. And they're both learning. So we're going to see some spin, left arm orthodox. There is spin and a good time to bring in a spinner because you're not under pressure. He can try and settle in, get into a nice groove.
1-1.
Also, Roshan, the fact is now we have UAE bringing their A team. We have Oman bringing their A team into a tournament like this. What are your thoughts on that? Would you expect the UAE to bring their national side in?
I would have liked to see that because considering that this competition is pretty strong. There's India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, 4 really good teams, quality teams. So ideally, Nepal has done that. I was told that the Oman calls itself the A team. Score 87 for 8. It's actually a team that comprises a lot of their main players. That's just sliding down the leg side. See, in tournaments like this, we speak of games, we speak of teams, and what about the 19th at the R. Premadasa International Stadium, the big one? I'll tell you, whether it is under 19, under 15, A team, or ladies team, you can say anything you want. If it is India-Pakistan, you can be sure that there'll be not millions, there could be billions of eyeballs. Because that's the competition, that's the rivalry, that's happening on the 19th. Day-night game at the R. Premadasa Stadium.
And also the fact that in any format, any, as you said, any, also any sport, if it's India, Pakistan, it brings a big hype in. Now they've taken 2. Oh yeah, they'll come back for 3. So they will end over number 20 with there's a check for a boundary. Look at that again. Yeah, a good shot, well placed, got it very fine. I think that's good. That's good. That looked good to me. Managed to keep his feet in. Yeah. He managed to push it in before he went over. So that'll be 3 runs. 91 for 8, 20 done. Again, that horizontal bat shot, and it finds the gap. That's a boundary. See that now gradually this wicket is getting slower and the pace is not really coming on, allowing the batsman to have time to play that shot. And he got it well into the gap for a boundary.
Well, this is a useful partnership for the 9th wicket for the Nepal pair, but they still need a lot of runs. But to me, it's about if they can bat as long as they can. Ideally, you try and bat your 50 overs, but with 2 wickets to go, that looks a daunting task. So bat as long as you can. More runs here. Good fielding. He was wrong-footed. I'll tell you, he was definitely wrong-footed. He was moving to his right, and then I think it's the curve at square leg. And yes, you're right, Kosal. It's settled down. The pitch is slowed down, not settled down, slowed down, just allowing the batters to express themselves easier with those horizontal shots.
But they prefer, isn't it? They like to play the horizontal shots. So now it's more to their liking, the pace of the wicket. There you go again. They don't really get back as much. They don't go back deep in the crease. They just play it on from the crease. 96 for 8. 3 balls done in the 20th over. And also the fact that Dahani might be now carrying a little bit. He's bowled 2 long spells. He's coming to the end of his spell, actually.
He's in his 9th over. I think he'll bowl 1 more over, obviously, and that will complete his spell. But he's had a really good return, 4 for 27. I think he's been dragging it a little bit short. He's been dragging it down, so allowing the batters to play those shots on the leg side. About an overthrow. You know, Pakistan needs to find a way. They've been looking to run in and bang it into the pitch. And with the pitch slowing down, it's allowed the batters a little bit more time and more comfort. Now, what's their next method? Pitch it up, because there's no movement. I tell you, there's absolutely no seam movement as the ball gets slightly older. But still only the 11th over. And don't forget, these are 2 balls they used. Continuing to bowl short and gives away a boundary. The 100's up for Nepal, 101 now, into the 21st over.
So, another short ball. He'll like it in that area, the Nepali batsman. Whether you're number 1 or number 8 or number 9, that's what they like. Play it horizontally. And again, they don't go really back in their crease, Roshan.
Sampal has made 23 of 28. Pratis has been in support, 6 of 10. Sampal on strike. Last ball of the over. This time he looks to blast it. 21 gone. It's 101 for 8.
He got one.
Ani PJ. इधर ही सर आसिम अकरम इन्फो उमर बिन यूसुफ या उधर 45 है ना ऊपर से मतलब
Have a look at the last ball of the previous over. Yeah, short enough, little swivel around. Just got very close to the wicket on the deflection.
catch
Back live. This is in the air for a while, but safe enough. Into the Hania's hands, and a single the result. Into the 22nd over now, 101 for 8. One of the look at that, just lucky not to have trickled on to the stumps there.
Yeah, 8 down, and this partnership now is worth 30 of 34. Sompal is 23 not out. So this pair is adding some valuable runs and respectability to that whatever total we see on the board, which is 102 now in the 22nd over. Every run, it will just give more opportunity to Nepal to spend time out there in this match. Pakistan A has been all over their opposition, especially with that new ball with Shahnawaz Dani picking up quick wickets. Wasim Jr. was a touch expensive initially, but then he's caught up with him. 4 wickets each for the 2 fast bowlers. Basir. And we'll see a bit of Mehran Mumtaz later on. Dani's got 4 for 32. He's bowled 9 overs.
Now run, West.
They had a tough job negotiating the pace bowlers. Maybe the spinners, Mubashir and Mehran, will give them just that respite that's needed. The ball's not turning off the track too much to really trouble the batters. And you mentioned that partnership being built up here. They've gone past at least a little bit of a milestone and going past the 100 mark, which didn't seem to be on the cards the way the wickets were tumbling in the early part of the innings. It's now 103 for 8, and 3 balls of the 22nd over have been bowled. Obviously going through the overs quicker, the spin bowlers here from the pavilion end. Talking about turn, there's quite a bit of that suddenly, and there's a bit of pace to it. It was not that it was a ball tossed up to get more purchase.
Yeah, we saw a bit of grip and turn yesterday when Afghanistan A was bowling. It was a different pitch, yes, but by the end of the game it started puffing dust. You might not see that today. It's a different pitch, and at the same time they might not go to the 100 overs that almost were bowled yesterday.
Again quicker, but this time it's short enough for the batter to latch onto that one. That'll relieve a lot of the stress as the ball races away to the boundary. Ends the 22nd over. It's 107 for 8. A little bit of a fight back here with this partnership now being built. Current run rate 4.86. 35 very precious runs in 39 deliveries between these two. Just some changes being affected. Slip being brought in. So that's an interesting move. They're out to try and get the wickets. It's a good move from the Pakistani skipper.
Nice.
Distinct difference between the flights given between the two here. Left arm orthodox, giving more air, trying to extract more turn out of the wicket. We saw the offie there, trying to zip it through more than anything else. So good mix from the Pakistani spinners.
Nice.
Mehra, the tall left-arm spinner, is replaced. Shahnawaz Dhani bowled 9 overs. Was thinking probably would look for that 5 and get that one more over going. I mean, what's there to lose? It's 107 for 8.
Nice.
Probably Harris gets a feel that fast bowlers are not going to get much out of it unless a very reckless shot is played.
Yeah.
The spin now will have a say.
Well, he tried a couple of balls with flighted deliveries, then tries to bowl one a little quicker down the leg side, goes down for a wide, so runs being added on. Maybe one area that Pakistan need to address. That's played straight to the fielder. Stood up there, opportunity missed, I thought. 108 for 8. 4 balls of the 23rd over completed. Again, the flight. He's got his flight back. He's got his line and length back too. And through the overs very quickly. Hardly gives any time for the batter to settle down. At your face. Another quicker one, almost drifting down. A little more straight. That is over. 23 done. 108 for 8.
Lost change.
Another little partnership. Nepal badly in need of ensuring that these two take them deeper. It's not even into halfway of the innings. The end of the 23rd over, 108 for 8. Pensive mood, understandably, with the situation they are in the dugout. It's not a wise option with the ball turning sharply, shouldering arms with the ball pitched outside the off stump. Maybe it didn't grip enough. He's been accurate. He's not really given any width to work with. That's pretty good from Mubassir. He goes in the zone. Now, how far is that going? It's going many a mile, way over the top. Really latched onto that wonderfully well and gets the maximum.
Yeah, too full with the ball spinning into you. I mean, you just would launch yourself that way, down on one knee and getting underneath that. It's just that extra bit of length that allowed that. It's just right in the slot.
Yeah, and they're looking good. And the top order batters must be saying that maybe we missed an opportunity in not being a little more conservative in your approach, trying some shots, but there's some fiery bowling up front. Now, leg slip in position. That's interesting. The ball's turning, hoping that he tries to just glance one down the leg side, but he's interestingly coming around. The leg slip going, the angle, natural angle of the ball will take it away from the right-hander.
Yeah, the idea is right, getting that leg slip and bowl round the wicket. So he'll be bowling just around that hip area and will bowl that line that is unavoidable for the batter. He tries to just play it down. Maybe Ahmad Butt can come into play with a catch.
Ahmad but leg slip often with the right-handed batsman at our feet. In bowling end, do we see that slip in position? That's the turn. That is the intention. And he virtually went for that one. But that's the end of another over, which is the 24th. It's 116 for 8. Pratesh and Sompal building up a partnership of 44 or 51 balls to retrieve the situation for Nepal. They badly needed a partnership going. Oh, not quite ready. Mehran almost into his delivery stride as to come back to the top of his bowling mark. Rock smack uses the depth of the crease well, but there is protection. Just the single.
I think Nepal's got their batting order right, because these two are looking proper. It's got 45 or 54, and I'm not talking about rash shots. They're just playing the spin pretty well. Fast hands on that occasion, on the back foot, just getting the bat down in right time.
It's a question, Sikandar, I think, of what they're used to. I think they've negotiated more spin bowlers, hardly any real fiery pace bowlers in the Nepal domestic circuit. So they had their struggles on with, as we see that, swept very nicely. Well controlled, and as you mentioned, proper looking shot, getting them 4 runs, taking Nepal on to 121 now.
Yeah, Sompal has been pretty impressive. He's done well. That's a proper shot. He's reading the spinners properly. Again, down the leg side. And it's a wide. Took his time.
Gives the ball some air. It's a great 7 wides, 10 extras so far. That's something in a scoreboard of 122 for 8 that Pakistan will be sort of thinking about in fine-tuning. Do not want to give away extra runs and bowls to the opposition. They've been in control right through, but fight back here by Sompal and Pratesh. 122 for 8 now. 25 overs, halfway through the innings. Nepal 122 for 8.
चलो भाइयों go thank you
122 for 8. Good partnership here. Worth 50 now. They want to carry on. And he's got a hold of that one. And it's rolled in. Just not enough of the timing, not getting the placement right. But that line of attack continues with the leg slip in position, with the bowler Mabase coming around the wicket. Definite ploy, and that should be detected by the batter. I think they have enough experience to realize what they're trying to set up, but the leg slip's been taken away. Now, that's going to be reasonably close. I thought it was pretty much straight. Shake of the head from the umpire. The partnership has come up in the meantime, and that's a saving grace for Nepal. A real good fight back, but these two, Sampal and Pratis, have really shown that if you batten down, if you prepare to just ensure that you don't go after the good deliveries, pick out the bad ones, show some resilience, show some temperament, and just like that, go to the pitch of the ball, smother the spin. You can work your way out of trouble.
One.
Tuck around the corner.
One bounce.
Another single, milking the runs in addition to getting some of the big shots in. Obasir into his fourth over now. Oh, went for the swat, didn't get all of it. Completes 26 overs, 124 for 8.
Yeah, some sensibility prevails, and start by talking about good shots that have been played, playing the balls to their merit, and this is what was missing at the top order. There were some rash shots and some very soft dismissals, but these two have been so calculative. It's very important when the opposition is right on top and you are feeling the pressure, you do cash out on those bad balls. This was 2 over pitch, and just talking about how they have worked on that 52-run partnership of those 66 balls, Sompal and Pratis. This is showing shades of what should have been done by the top order batters. Taking the side to 124 for 8, minus this partnership, they would be 70 odd for nothing.
At that point in time, it seemed it was all over by the shouting. But a lot of resilience. Very impressive partnership here. Under duress, you must consider the fact they were 8 down, 124, and then with the bowlers having their tails up, with the ball doing a bit in the air for the pacers and doing something off the track for the spinners. This has been a very, very resilient partnership, and that just evaded the bat, the drift in and the turn away. This is driving. He's been giving the ball enough air to ensure that he gets more perches off the track. Once in a while, a couple of deliveries back, it did manage to get one to beat the outside part of the bat. Another one, a beauty.
That's what you talk about, trying to pitch the ball in the same area, that corridor, outside the off stump, and get enough turn just to beat that defensive approach in the shot. This time a little too full, but sent back rightly. Good work done by Kamran Ghulam, stopping that single.
Make it a little frustrating for the Pakistan A team. One point in time, they sort of really go for lunch early, but
Nice.
that is a maiden over. That's a good comeback. They've kept the batters quiet. 124 for 8.
Siapa you? Ani. Siapa you?
Nice swings. And it's gone many a mile. All the way, in fact, for the maximum.
Yeah, that's a freebie from Mubassir. And just too over pitched once again outside that off stump. And he has a good swing. Keeping in mind, mid-off is inside the circle. This is an absolute gift. 6 more to the total of 130 now. Partnership now goes to 58. Both these batters, Sompal and Pratis, complementing each other. And surely, Shamim, they don't look like number 9 and 10.
They don't at all. Deserve to be up the order. And there he goes again. He's not going to die wondering, but he's hold on this occasion. Just getting a little carried away with that. Got that big shot earlier, but this time around, there is a simple catch taken. And that partnership, which we thought was doing so wonderfully well, has been curtailed. And this is the way he got out.
Well, that's a bit of lack of experience. Now, the fielder was inside the circle, the ball before this, but he got a maximum. Now the fielder was pushed back, and he plays it straight into the hands. 9 gone. Nevertheless, don't take it away from the batter, because Pratis did well to score 26. Nepal now 9 down for 130.
Well, the partnership that had promised so much for Nepal has now been broken, and last man in, Rajvanshi, will be on strike. Mubasir getting his first wicket. Came in for a bit of stick in the over, but got his own back. Mubasir having the last laugh when he got Pratish out. So he'll be hoping to clean up the innings. 130 for 9 Nepal. The 8 and 9 batters have done well to give some kind of respectability to the total. Now the more orthodox position for the slip, with the left arm orthodox bowler. And he bowls the offie. We saw the left arm orthodox bowler using a different angle with the offie. It is more the orthodox slip in position, hoping that one ball does not turn and carry on with the arm. And as we speak, there is evidence of turn. They've got a leg slip in. So that's good thinking. Slip and a leg slip in position now. Well negotiated. I think Rajvanshi needs to just play out this over and try to give Sompal, who's got 29, an opportunity to score some quick runs at the end. Manages by touching the ball. 28 overs done. 130 for 9. Wasim Jr. is going to try and finish off the innings. Sompal on 29. We'll be hoping that he can negotiate the pace of Mohammad Wasim, who's taken 4 for 39. Absolutely top class bowling, really troubled the Nepali top order batters. It did not allow them to settle down. Is he going to test Sompal with a short pitch delivery early on in the over? Well, it's a tad short, not that short. He had an opportunity for a run, but understandably, he's not going to take it and expose Rajvanshi to the fiery bowling of Wasim.
That's a good move from Haris to bring in Wasim Jr. again. Chance for him to get a fifer, especially if he gets Rajbanshi to come on strike, who's just walked in. And so does Shahnawaz Dhan. He's also got 4 for 32.
Little tuck around the corner. Now that is a ball that just went on. It didn't seem that it was going to go and race away. No protection in that area. He's gone for 4 runs, 4 very precious runs for Nepal. And Sompal doing exceedingly well, tucking it away.
Yeah, there is Shahnawaz Dani, but he's quite wide. Now he's been brought in finer after this shot. Again, that leg stump line is not going to help Wasim Jr. or Pakistan A's, cause with that fielder being so wide, you are asking for trouble. And Sompal, the way he's batting, it won't be difficult for him to put it away. 33 or 55 for him. You can see the bottom of his screen.
He does well once again, just to open the face. I think he'd have wanted to just angle the bat a little further and try to get into the gap at third man. But found the fielder on that occasion. Who's going to win the race to the 5-wicket haul? Will be interesting to see if Shahnawaz Dahani is brought back from the other end by the skipper Mohammad Haris. First opportunity for Mohammad Wasim Jr. 3 more deliveries for him to attain that. Nice down the ground, but too straight.
I'd bring Shahnawaz Dani on, provided that Wasim Jr. doesn't get that last wicket in these 2 deliveries. Dani's got 9 overs, so why not give him his last over and finish the quota off? 4 for 32 for Dahani, 4 for 43 for Junior. Can't hit it straighter than that.
And once again, driving and driving well. There's going to be a teaser, and he's going to just hold it in. Nicely done. Got a couple of runs. Ahmad Butt chasing that one, doing well to ensure that the ball didn't go across the ropes there, but very positive. Now, the last ball coming up needs to get a single. Are they going to bring in some fielders and try to stop him from getting to that? Controlled shot. That's very, very well done. Made sure it was softly to the fielder and ambles the single to retain strike. 29 done, 137 for 9.
मोबाइल से आ गए आप पॉइंट पे आ जाओ आप पॉइंट पे आ जाओ आप ऊपर आ जाओ आप पीछे
Look at the big scoreboards we have. The different grounds in Colombo, manned and controlled, and gives you lots of information. Continuation of Mehran Mumtaz, and that's blasted down the ground. Terrific shot. Straight as an arrow. Gets the boundary. This is very positive.
दूर 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 शाबाश
Changed ends, Mehran Mumtaz. He's getting that turn. This turn is a little too much to get that outside edge. Every time it just turns enough to beat everything.
The batter might have got a bit of bat to that one. Blinds the ball, entices the batter. That is good from Mehran. But Sompal has been really, really impressive, to say the least. And down the leg side, maybe he didn't get a touch. We'll wait and see if there's a signal from the umpire. The ball trickles to the boundary. Oh, he's got a bit of bat. That's good. 44. He goes on to deserves a 50. Seems so very relaxed.
too quick on that occasion. Mehran Mumtaz trying to fire it into the pads. Again, ending up way down the leg side with Sompal's bat that's giving away runs to his side. It's not a very smart thing to do. That lets that one go. He's got it all figured out, Sompal. The way he's working the spinners around, it's just great to watch for a batter who bats that down in the order.
There's another sort of bait. Come on, get me. What he does well, is take another single of the last ball of the 30th over. 146 for 9. Sompal coming on 45. Short pitch delivery. Mohammad Wasim Jr. trying to get his 5th. Sompal Kami has other ideas. He has been a revelation. Been work cut out for the bowler. Bending his back on that occasion, the previous delivery.
That's way too high. It's over the head. Just got to keep it somewhere in front of that wiser to force him to play.
Surprised not to see Shahnawaz Dani given the bowling at the other end. As you mentioned, Sikandar, both these bowlers, Mohammad Wasim and Shahnawaz Dani, opportunity to get a 5, which is, you know, for a bowler is similar to getting a 100 almost. Very significant. Wasim trying to polish off, but Sompal Kami has other ideas. Hint of inward movement there, but well negotiated. Well, the top order batters must be ruining the fact that there was a bit of indiscretion in the shot making, the selection of shots. The wicket is not very difficult to bat on, as Sompal is showing here. Oh, he throws his bat at it. Very lucky. As a good stop in the deep. Commitment shown. Dani, pace bowler, doing well in the deep there.
Just getting a touch frustrating for Pakistan A. Just not being able to wrap up the last 2 wickets. Now there was a 50+ partnership between number 9 and 10, and now this. These runs are not a worry. It's just about spending more time out there, not being able to wrap it up. 148 for 9 in the 31st over. Looking and searching for that 5th wicket, Wasim Jr.
Well, if he bowls short pitch deliveries like that, it will be Sompal who's going to put it away with a lot of comfort into the deep. But now, 1 ball for Rajvanshi to negotiate. This is the ball when the skipper will be thinking of finishing it off. Do we see some more attacking fielders? There's one coming in at a kind of forward short leg position, and a few other changes taking effect. Mid-on coming to position. There's a mid-wicket. But I'd like to see a slip and finish things off.
Seems like they're stopping him from taking a single on the last ball. Everyone's up there, but they're looking for a catch. So what do you reckon? He's going to come in with a nice quick short one, or will he bowl a Yorker? He's yet to get off the mark.
Short one at the ribs. That's what they want with the field placing. Short one, but that kind of height you'd expect. Well left. Completes 31 overs. 149 for 9. Nepal still there, still fighting. Champal in particular has been absolutely top class with the top order failing, and there's been a procession to and from the pavilion, but he stood strong and built up that wonderful partnership earlier. Now he's lost his partner. He's got the Rajbanshi in. What he's done well is to ensure that he retains most of the strike. He's on 48. Mehran Mumtaz continues, surprises us. The Pakistan skipper in not bringing in Shahnawaz Dani, the pacer.
Yeah.
He will be waiting. It's not a question of getting to the 50 mark. It's a question of taking Nepal deeper into the innings. Make the Pakistani team work hard for the wicket. Not interested. That is good. But watch out for the arm ball. A couple here which have drifted in and turned. I don't know how it dipped. Mehran Mumtaz hit at the arm ball, but this is the ideal time for him to do that. Reversing and missing out. Now that should be avoided by Sompal. You'll get a little carried away at times, a little rush of blood. There's always an element of risk when you're trying the reverse. It's a premeditated shot.
Yes.
Now, during that drinks break, Shamim, there was a bit of a discussion. Almost Shahnawaz Dani had his hat off and he's coming to bowl his last over, but then again, the captain, Mohammad Haris, prefers that Mehran Mumtaz continues. You can understand as a fast bowler, you got 4 wickets for 32 and you're looking that I need that one last over. I bowled 9, I want to get a fifer. Got that confidence sometimes, even if you're not sure as a captain, you say, fair enough, go ahead and bowl those 6 deliveries.
Indeed, completely agree with you. And he's given the opportunity to Mohammad Wasim a couple of overs from this end to try and get his 5. It's a big surprise that Shahnawaz Dani has not been given the opportunity. Last ball, he wants a single and he gets it. That's terrific. He's paced the over so well and ambles the single to retain strike. 32 overs done. The 150 comes up for Nepal for the loss of 9. Sompal Kami on 49. He's virtually scored 1/3 of the team's run. 150, the team total for Nepal. More than anybody else, he deserves a 50. He deserves to carry on. This is a tremendous performance by Sompal Kami. But just a controlled shot. That is his 50. And they're going through for the second run. And good work in the deep. He should be content with the 2. Well played, Sompal Kami.
Well, you got to give it to him. Came at number 9 to bat for Nepal, and he scores a 50, an all-important 51 for 77. And he's provided an outside chance just to keep themselves in this match. And he's got such good cricketing shots. He's tackled the spin well. That's the shot that got him to his 50 against the fast bowlers when they were less than 100 for 9. And he's done so well. Brilliant work done by Sompal Kami. And he's still batting. There's a boundary check going on. Hasibullah's effort to stop that ball. A little tough to tell from this angle. The ball just hides behind his body. Another angle just probably gives you a picture. We'll have to wait for the umpire's call. What does he feel? Third umpire is pretty much limited with the 2 angles that have been provided. He dives on top of the ball. He's not in contact with the ball at the moment. Now this is the moment where we need to know where the ball is, because some part of Hasibullah's body is touching the rope. It just becomes a little, it becomes inconclusive from this angle. I guess at this moment again the ball comes in contact with his arm. You just go back a little bit. There, he's on top of the ball, and you get a feeling that his body is touching the rope as well.
It's a tough call for the third umpire from this angle, but you've got to determine the correct, you've got to have the correct decision. 2 runs would be added on if they decide that he's touched the rope. Just there, maybe. And then the body seems to be on the rope, and his elbow touching, maybe a boundary. We'll soon find out what the decision is. And there's the signal. They waited, but I think the right decision has been taken. So Sompal moves on to 53 now. Getting to build up a little partnership. He's done most of the scoring, but the tail is wagging for Nepal, and that's very good to see. A lot of disappointment early on with the lack of application by the top order batters, but more than enough. There has been a fight back here by Sompal Kami in particular. Ahmad butt into the attack, hasn't taken a wicket. Still waiting for Shahnawaz Dhani to be given a bowl. Sompal will bide his time, wait for the 5th or 6th ball to retain strike at a single. Yeah, content to put the dead bat to the ball.
Once again, shifting our focus on Sompal. He came out to bat, it was 72 for 8, and since then there's been no looking back. He's been smart more than anything. His shot selection has been good, and the number which is he's batting on, number 9, surely deserves a promotion up in the order. Whether it's the spinners, look at those shots. Whether it's the fast bowlers, he's kept the ball in control. Anything fuller, he's played it straight in the wheel. And it's just been a treat to watch how he's performed under pressure. When the side was 72 for 8, and he's just taken them to 154 for 9, and that's another maximum. My word, this is a special performance from Sompal Kami.
This is an absolutely masterly performance from Sompal Kami. Really going after the bowlers. And Ahmad Bad on that occasion shortens the length, and it's swivel round, gets another maximum. He's enjoying his day out in the sun. Just having another look. Maybe the umpire's going across. Are they going to have a check at the boundary? Signal was given for a maximum. 160 for 9. What is the delay? What is the check that's going on? Maybe they want to have a look once again. Ball being given back to the umpire.
Ten runs in the over, boundary and a maximum. Just a little beyond me why Mohammad Haris is not giving that one over to Shahnawaz Dhani. He's tried Mubassir, Mehran Mumtaz, Ahmad Butt, Wasim Jr. They need to wrap this up. 160 for 9.
That's a nice little guide. Quickly through for the first run. Going to call for the second. The response is good. And Sompal Kami, even with the big shots in, even scurrying between the wickets, he's been a revelation. He's been absolutely top-notch for Nepal. That'll give them a lot of heart. They've got runs on the board. Maybe it's under the 200 mark as we see the soft hands and the angle of the bat. Nice. Even the non-striker was so ready to take that run. of the last ball of the 33rd over. 163 for 9. Talking about the two partnerships, the one before and now the one for the 10th wicket. Sompal Kami has scored all the 33 runs that have taken, that has supposedly combined with his partner. But Rajvanshi hasn't yet scored a run. He's been there for 5 deliveries. And the way he has managed the batting has been incredible. He's got the runs in the over, got a single to retain strike. Absolutely marvellous.
Well, that's for the Pakistan fielders out there and the camp to be, you know, somewhat, if I can use the word blame, that for that long a time, 33 partnership, and he's got all the 33. This means he's facing all 6 deliveries every over, and he's taking a single of every last ball. And that can happen once or twice, but for that longer time, over a period of 6 and 7 overs with various options in the bowling attack, and he's still managing it. Give all the credit to Sompal. And maybe someone can whisper the name of the Dhani in Haris's ear.
We've been trying hard from up here. Only the Haris is not hearing. And also, you know, the tail wagging must get a little frustrating for the Pakistan A team. You want to go for the jugular, you've got 8 down, and suddenly the 3 batters right at the end of the innings really hold things up for Nepal. All credit to them for showing mental resilience under extreme duress. Has been worth watching, this tremendous fight back, this tremendous innings from Sompal in particular.
Yes, yes.
Once again, it's approaching to that moment. 2 deliveries in the over. Sompal now will look for a run, and he's not going to give even 1 ball to Rajvanshi.
It's a kind of the surprising thing is there's no deliberate move on the part of Haris to bring in some fielders to stop that run being taken. He seemed to have made it easy for him to take a run either of the 5th or the 6th deliveries of an over. Punch that away. That's number 5 of the over done. So he's got 1 left to retain strike. Do we see any changes in the field?
No, it's the same. It's a backward point, it's a cover, it's a mid-off, very close in, a mid-wicket. There's the 4 men and 1 more in the leg. It's fine leg area. Oh, finally, he's unable to take that run, which means Rajvanshi will be taking strike in the next over. 165 for 9. Wasim Jr. be bowling his last.
Is there a niggle of some sort? Is there some problem? But we saw Dhani making a brilliant save at the boundary. He didn't seem to be encumbered by any physical problems. So why isn't he on?
Well, Shahnawaz Dhani has been fielding at deep fine leg, and he's made a few good saves, as you said. He seems to be perfectly fine. Probably when we change our stream, we can go and ask him if it's him. But I tell you, just before the drinks break, he did take his cap off, and we thought that he's coming into the attack. There, far right.
Well, credit to Rajvanshi. He let one go He's behind the next one to Mohammad Wasim Jr. He'll want to give the stride back. There's the Hani. Seems all right, pretty fit, pretty agile, running around, hoping that his captain looks round to him. He can do some warm-up exercises, give indications to captain, I'm ready to bowl, skip.
I've never seen Shahnawaz Dani that quiet. That's a wide signal. He's probably missing some crowd behind him. That's down the leg side, had to be called. Not so long ago, he was in Zimbabwe and he learned a local chant over there with the help of the crowd. He only had to be called out by the captain, moved him away from the boundary and got him to a vacant zone in the ground. Even from there, he kept waving at the crowd. So he's a performer and he's probably feeling a bit left out at the moment. He's got just 2 people behind him.
In the wilderness, vanished into the deep. Oh, Rajvanshi does well. Gets a streak, is single, but what it does is give Sompal Kami the strike.
I haven't really seen them bowling a Yorker at Rajbanshi. The regulation length outside the off stump, I mean, he's probably going to let that go, and if he attempts, is going to happen what we just saw. No Yorkers or a very, very good bouncer force him into a shot.
Oh, you talk about it, and it's happened. It's been bowled at Sompal, who's looking good, maybe negotiated that a little more comfortably than Rajvanshi would have.
Exactly the point. If you bowl that to Rajbanshi, who's got Lalit on his shirt, he probably would have got the result in his favor. That's well dug out by Sompal, by the way.
Now that decision to be taken. Does he go for a single in this delivery, or does he wait for the last ball? Not this one. In the meantime, Rajvanshi has opened his account and is added value to that partnership. One of the 37 in the partnership. Last ball coming up. That's nicely negotiated, getting behind the line. Deliberate movement, couple of fielders just walking in a couple of paces. Not really noticeable. Oh, big appeal. He hasn't got a response from the umpire. What he's done is possibly got a leg bye that's been signaled by the umpire, and he retains strike. 168 for 9 after 35.
Dani! Mid up. Dani! आप इधर आ जाओ, वो छोड़ो.
Nepal have done well. Come back after a rather torrid start. Loss of quick wickets. Complete disarray in the early part of the innings. Then a tremendous fight back by 8, 9 and 10, 11. Even number 11 just chipping in with building up a partnership. Their own resilience. This is a learning curve for the Nepal team. And playing with the big boys, with teams like Pakistan A, will augur well for the future of Nepal cricket. They've had some success in the lower echelons of the game, but this is now the time to get used to the conditions overseas with the big boys, garner some experience. Little pause and play here.
चलो दानी. I'm taking too much time. Sim.
Sompal coming. Rajbanshi. Again, putting up massive resistance. 38 for this last wicket partnership. Such precious runs for Nepal. Building up the frustration on the Pakistani bowlers. Still no Dahani, Sikandar.
Okay.
Mehran Mumtaz, yeah, he'll continue into his 8th over now. None for 24.
Catch it is a call. Who's going to catch that? Nobody, because it's found its way wonderfully well to the boundary.
Yeah, it was a bad ball. And I'm looking at Sompal's score. That's my attraction at the moment, 68. This is a knock he will remember for a long time.
No.
Again short.
Mubasir ko de.
It's put away.
Mubasir ko de. Shabash.
Sompal earlier with Pratis had built up a fight back. And there's a continuation of that.
Shabash.
That partnership was worth 58 and added another 42. These are 80
Shabash.
wonderful runs right at the end of the innings by Nepal. Tremendous fight back.
Catch.
Entices him, he takes him on. It's into the deep, but one bounce. Now, 3 balls gone. Rajbanshi is exposed.
I think this number 8, 9 and 10 are very smart batters. I don't see them being exposed as yet. They've been doing so well. Look at him taking guard. He knows exactly where he wants to stand, how much of the stumps he wants to cover, and he's doing a bit of guarding. So, this batting order is probably the other way around. They're just looking so good and confident.
Lalit Rajbanshi not quite ready. That can be very annoying from the bowler's perspective. Mehran Mumtaz didn't show too much of an emotion. Took all the time in the world. As you said, you're doing a bit of gardening, making the bowler wait, and once point of release, he backs away. Second time around now. What is going on here? The leg umpire, I think, doing the right thing and coming across saying, can't keep on doing that. Does negotiate that quite comfortably. One more to negotiate. One more to get the over completed.
Shabash.
Gives Sompal the strike in the next over. Does well. Completes over number 36. It's 173 for 9.
Well, this has been a wonderful partnership. Sompal, what a knock he's played. 69 of 96. Rajbanshi has given him good support. 173 for 9 from 72 for 8. Been fantastic by Nepal. It's been a fantastic comeback. 100 runs for the last 2 wickets. Navas comes back for his last over, 4 for 32. Roshan, also the fact that I think the wicket has eased up. Good for batting now. The ball is coming on well.
Yes, it's got a little bit easy, but Kosala, I'll give full marks to the Nepali batters. Sompal, or we used to have a name called Somapala, Somapala, but Sompal has been outstanding, 69 of 97. This is an innings he can be proud of. Nepali fans can be proud of this innings. That's 6. He is picking his spots. Anything short, he's willing to take the bowlers on. And that is another 6. He's taking Nepal close to 200. And I'll tell you, I haven't seen Nepal bowl. This is another look. Short ball banged in, plenty of time. And as you said, the surface has slowed down. Look where he's playing that pull shot to. He's hitting it to mid-wicket, which tells you that he's got time. So if Nepal has good quality spinners, I'll tell you 200 is going to be a good score to defend.
The better delivery. Anything short has been really dealt with well by Sompal. He's really better, coming in at number 9. And they were really looking down the barrel. At 72 for 8. 9th wicket partnership in the 10th has been fantastic. And good support from number 10 and 11.
Yeah, we spoke about the approach of the Nepali batters earlier on when they were in tight situations, how they succumbed trying to play get out of jail shots. But the last 2 sets of batters have shown us that it's not the case with everybody. The temperament has been brilliant. And they have been quite willing to bide their time, Kosala, which is a good sign. That last delivery bounced a little bit on the batter. Just a hint of movement too, but a bit of bounce. Now Sompal will want the strike. He's been very good. Rajbanshi 1 of 10. He hasn't really faced much.
He's gone. He's gone. He was looking for that single. He was trying to run it down. And Dani picks up a 5 for here. And that is the end of the Nepali innings. But credit to Sompal. What a knock he made.
Outstanding. Outstanding innings by Sompal. He certainly steadied the ship. It was a single-handed innings. He showed us that he is a quality player and he's a player with class. He took on the Pakistani bowling, not just pace but spin as well. He was quite willing to take on the bowling, be aggressive, and eventually have given Nepal something to bowl at. Just look to run it down to third man intentionally. What he did was, it was a little bit too close to him to play that shot, and eventually just edged it to the keeper. He would have been looking to try and play it wide to the keeper, but well, unfortunate. It was a good catch, but Nepal should be proud with that 179 they got after being 8 down for not many.
72 to be precise, Roshan, and 100 runs for the last 2 wickets. Pakistan 8 here. Would be disappointed that they couldn't finish things off well. So these are the fall of the wickets. That is the first to go. That one darted back well. That was a nothing shot. That was a very good catch down the leg side. Dismissed the Nepali captain. Wasim Jr. again playing from the crease, and those are nothing strokes at the beginning. They were always looking to go aerial, horizontal, but found fielders in the deep on many occasions. Playing on, trying to. Now this is a attempted grab, but then again finding the fielders. But after this, really got things moving. Sompal, and this is the last man to go. Oh boy, gone for 75. A fiver for Zahani.
Very good fight back by Nepal. Dahani will be pleased with its 5-wicket haul, but I'll tell you, as I said before, this is not an easy track to bat on. It looks to have settled down, but what about this man, Sompal? He came in at number 9. He had to weather the storm. He was up against some really difficult conditions, 72 for 8, and started playing some outstanding shots. Very sensible cricket, not afraid to go over the top. Picked his spots very intelligently. Good off the back foot, horizontal. Just like that, when you bang it in short, he had time to pull. And that's an innings he will remember for a very, very long time. Well played, Sompal. 179 is what Nepal got. Pakistan, they need 180. They got 50 overs to bat, but I'll tell you, we've seen this surface. It's slowed down a lot. I'll be very keen to just see how the spinners would bowl. So that's the story at lunch. Nepal 179 all out.
112 කියලා තියෙනවා එතන. පහම දාලා මට පෙන්නනවා ඉක්නම ගානට තියෙන්නේ. ඔපරේට් වෙන්නේ නැද්ද?
Very good afternoon. Welcome back to Colombo and the CCC for the next phase of play in the ACC Men's Emerging Asia Cup. Yeah, match between Nepal and Pakistan. Pakistan restricting Nepal, and they've posted a target for Nepal. Nepal doing very well in the early stage, recovering from a very tottering kind of start, losing the wickets pretty early, but then wonderful recovery from the 9, 10 and 11 batters to post a total where the bowlers can at least say that we've got something to defend. First delivery coming up. Oh, did it go straight to hand? It's worth a look. Was there an opportunity in the slips? I thought there was. Pakistan needing 180 to win. This is what transpired. First delivery.
Yeah, going hard at it. This was surely an opportunity. It's been put down. Defending not a very big total. You've got to grab everything that comes your way. And a no ball. An extras and a boundary. Got to be very, very accurate with your aiming when you're bowling. Every run counts here. So not only it's a boundary, it's a free hit as well.
Well, he's done this bit with the bat, but this is the problem with the ball. It's not the tallest of bowlers, just maybe that long innings with the bat. Maybe he's not in complete sync at the moment, but I'm sure he's going to come back, induce the edge. Very first delivery, deserved a wicket. Yorker length, dug out by Saim Ayub and thrust down the ground for a boundary. It's a good looking shot.
Yeah, Saim Ayub, he was full of length, drills it down into the weed for a boundary there. Good positive start from the two openers.
Well, could have been a wicket, but now it's quickly, very quickly, 10 runs on the board. Just the two balls. Rampal Kami did wonderfully well. Well, you should relate it to his bowling now. Big appeal, no interest from the umpire, or deflecting away.
Saim Ayub for you from Karachi, 21 years of age. Very promising opener. Showed some real talent and skill in the T20 format. He's worked on his batting. Hasibullah from Balochistan, 20 years of age, another promising wicketkeeper bat. And with captain being the wicketkeeper, he's been fielding around in the deep, but he's a very promising youngster as well. And these two have been part of the Pakistan Shahins for a while. That's Pakistan A. He's had a good T20 league also. Saim Ayub batted along with Babar Azam as an opener, and Babar hails him as a very good, talented youngster. He's got that no-look shot that Andre Fletcher has. He says doesn't really plan to play those things, but he just comes into his zone and he does that very good against pace. And great transformation from what his batting was. They probably called him as a longer format bat, but now he's just very, very good. And he's got very good wrists. Shamim, that shot is his trademark shot. He plays that shot very close to his body, and it's all about his strong wrists. Then he manages to time it so well the way he did.
Yeah, very, very good lower hand. The angle of the bat is just a square drive, and pretty compact, as you could see. Didn't have too much space to work with, but still made it look so very simple. Little punch away. Tells you the hand-eye coordination You're seeing very strong wrists. Very good looking shot that. Pressure on Tom Powell at the moment. What a difference it would have made. Ends the first over. Pakistani 14 without loss. Well, a mix of spin and pace. Spinner coming on. Hasibullah is going to take strike. Hint to turn, rather slow, very comfortable for Hasibullah to just negotiate that one and get a single. Nepal are going to have their work cut out. Strong batting unit. Could have had a wicket first ball. Oh, they're going to rue that opportunity. Have a look at what transpired. The very first delivery. Angled bat. It's just to the left. And at slips, you're expected to take those catches. If he lashed on, it would have been a completely different scenario. Immediately after that, the bowlers were thrashed about and lots of runs coming in that first over. Little things that matter. It's a learning curve, understandably, for Nepal, but when you've reached this kind of level, you're expected to take those catches and put the pressure back on, because it's such a smallish total to defend. Every catch has to be taken, every run out attempted. That's rather awkward. Got himself a run, possibly off the arms.
You just get a feeling Sam got into that sweep position a little early, premeditated, and this felt that the bounce was a little too much. He's laid it almost from in front of the visor. Hasibullah is the one who was dropped. It was outside the off stump, it went hard at it. Lucky to be out there. Another player was very good through the covers. Actually, it's a thing that goes without saying for left-handers. They look so classy when they play a cover drive or a square cut. There's something about them. Talk about Ganguly, Sangakkara, Gilchrist, so on.
Naturally elegant. Some right-handed batters who feel that they're also elegant players of the ball, but at times I've talked to them and get a little disgruntled. Why is the focus always on the left-handers? We'll come back to that. 2 done, 18 without loss. Done, 18 without loss. Target 190, not a very big one, but early wickets for Nepal will give them hope. Paul did so well with the bat. Just the tail wagging with a couple of partners. Now it's his turn to do it with the ball. To keep a cool head. More often than not, Sikandar, we've seen if a player does well in one department of the game, it tends to take it on and reflects in the other department of the game. And that's what Sompal Kame will be hoping for. Oh, beauty. That's a Jaffa. Just evaded the outside part of the bat.
Yeah, it seems like Pakistan A was his own ball. He did create an opportunity, drop catch, and look at this one. That is mighty close to that off stump. Just a hint of away movement. Uses that drive. Great length. If it's his day, I'm not talking about Nepal winning this or losing this, but if it's his day, he'll be amongst wickets as well. After scoring that brilliant 75 at number 9.
And that died on him. Tried to slow it down. Deliberate effort from Sampal Kami on that occasion. The batter just not reading it. Looks a little surprisingly down the track.
Yeah, it did die, didn't it? Almost on the second bounce to the keeper. He's got to raise that drop catch now, Asibullah. You just feel he's a touch tentative outside the off stump. He's got to trust his talent.
Even then, a little tentative in that push. You're right, and it's difficult to just keep it out of your mind. You think about the drop catch. Sampal's innings was a revelation, to say the least. Hitting balls all around the ground. Really a 360-degree player. And Nepal be thinking that he should be elevated in the batting order. Look at that strike down the ground. Terrific. Then he used his height and rode the bounce, swivel around, pulled it away. This is live. Straight down the ground. Maybe got a bit of hand to it. Ball still racing away. It's going to be a teaser. Wins the race to the boundary.
Yeah, that's a good confident shot, drilling it down once again. This time Asibullah. And it was timed so well, even after getting a bit of a finger onto that ball, the pace didn't die. It's a good outfield, will get value for your shots. And that is one zone, you'll always get a boundary, the safest between mid-on, mid-off.
And with only the two outside the 30-yard circle in the first power play, have the option of just playing it away from the two boundary riders. Lower Yorker, nicely done to finish the over. 3 done, 23 without loss. Surrounds of the Colombo Cricket Club, ACC here. All the grounds in Columbus, so pretty, so picturesque. Down the leg side, missed opportunity there. Could get a pad on that. Those that have gone for a wide. See some clouds hovering overhead. Hope they're not threatening. There was a bit of rain in Colombo yesterday. Down the leg side again, once again. Bowler not too happy. Batter too will think that he missed an opportunity.
He's going way too leg stumpish round the wicket. He's got to make use of that slip he's got in position. Got back into line with that last delivery, Saraf. Into his second over, given away 4 runs. Fielders have to be really agile, top of their game. Any opportunity they've got to try and hang on to. That short, they could have done better with that. Couldn't penetrate the gap between backward point and extra cover. Oh, cover point rather. It's not ready. But Sam has done well. He's looked more competent or more confident
of the two on view. The dot balls are being built up here. A little bit of pressure created. Time I an 11. Oh, he's pulled that one. Oh, Bakar corner. That was short, asking to be punished. And it's been promptly sent over for the maximum to finish over number 4. 29 without loss. Not a massive target for Pakistan A to achieve. Nepal trying to get a wicket. There's the face of the bat. That's a quick run taken, but good effort in the field. Talking about the agility in the field with the runs on the board, you'll always think as a Nepali player that have an opportunity, go across, tumbling take. That's good stuff. Just might come in handy if the batters are in two minds and you take an opportunity for a run out. Got to try and do everything, get a breakthrough, because this opening partnership is looking rather threatening. Nicely driven. It's actually threaded the needle, but good coverage once again.
Apart from those 9 wickets between the fast bowlers, the highlight for me for the day is the last 2 wickets from Nepal, who added more than 100 runs. They were 72 for 8 and they managed to take it to 178 all out. That has been the positive that they can take from this match. Don't forget that they've qualified for the Asia Cup, so these are the conditions and the performances they can look into, dissect and prepare a proper batting order, and also the approach they would like to have from their top order batters. The way they lost wickets today against some good fast bowling, yes, but the shot selection wasn't really of the highest standard. And later on, Sompal and his partners showed what could have been done in order to get a better score than 178.
Short once again. Oh, big mix-up. Chance of a run out here. And an opportunity missed. Hands on heads. This is what I was talking about. Opportunity was created through the misunderstanding between the two batters, but they could not take advantage of that.
Well, it was Saim Ayub's call because the ball has gone behind the square. He doesn't have an eye, Hasibullah. He's got to trust his partner, especially when he's come so far down. Look at him. And then he takes off and it's too late. His partner is already aborted. Got to sort this out. Eyeball. You got to look at your partner, not at the ball.
Trying to bowl it wide. He just puts the dead bat to it. There is protection in the deep, but just a single. So, 2 opportunities gone a begging for Nepal. First that catch, and then the opportunity for a run out. Picks it up, tries to throw down the wicket. It's not even in the picture. Gone by miles. Too much of a hurry. Got to keep your head. He had virtually at a 45-degree angle to throw at the wicket. Could not. Slower, intelligent bowling. Ends a decent over. 5 done, 32 without loss. Gaurav back on. Oh, that's pretty close. Seems to have been going on with the arm. Did it turn back enough? Umpire not interested. He's just saying it was holding its line.
No turn. The ball is just going down the leg and missing leg stump.
Well ball, well ball. You ठीक जा.
Oh, once again, an appeal. Hasibullah not looking very confident at all. A signal from the umpire was halfway through the over. Once again, just impacting about leg, going down leg side. But the bowler will be pretty happy. Out of the 3 deliveries he's bowled, he's beaten the bat twice. That shorter gives him the room to rock back. That's good. Do not allow him to take a run. Hasibullah is looking a little shaky here against Saraf. Flights the ball. Enticement. Once again, not being able to penetrate the field. 5 dot balls. Marvelous over so far. Picture of accuracy on Saraf. They go through for a single to finish over number 6. 33 without loss. Hasibullah on 10, Saim Ayub on 18, 33 without loss into the 7th over. Have kept the runs in check. Sampal Kami once again did his bit with the bat, the angle bat. Sampal Kami Kami has been a part of the playing 11 in Nepal's first ever ODI match against the Netherlands in 2018. And is Nepal's 3rd highest wicket taker in ODIs with 47 wickets in as many matches. So he's had it all. He's also Nepal's first bowler to take a 5-wicket haul in ODIs. That's against the United Arab Emirates. That's too short. It's going to be signalled wide. So, even in the ACC Men's Premier Cup in 2023, he scored 87 runs as we see that delivery, the short one. Saw him getting a half-century today. He had a half-century in that ACC Men's Premier Cup. Picked up 8 wickets in 5 matches. So he's a real all-rounder. Gives it all.
Good part of this partnership between Hasibullah and Saim is the strike rotation. Apart from that one hiccup in trying to take that single, both of them have been good. Just pushing the ball around, so not many dot balls between them. And you always, as a side chasing, got to prepare yourself for every single situation. Yes, not a big score, 179 to win this, but why take all 50 overs to do that? Test yourself, set yourself a target of number of overs to chase it, provided you've got wickets in hand, and just keep complementing each other.
Absolutely, and that's also a question which might pop up if 3 teams end up on similar kind of points at the end of this phase, when the net run rate is going to be taken into consideration. So the quicker you finish it, obviously the better the net run rate. And you'd feel as a unit, the Pakistan Shaheens, who have had wealth of experience as a team over the recent years, would be in much better position to maneuver themselves into a sort of quick, sharp win there. That's what they'll be trying for. But all credit to Nepal in bowling tightly, ensuring that they're not given any freebies. It's a learning curve for Nepal. You mentioned the fact that they're going to come here and play the Asia Cup, and this is all augurs well for practice in the middle, getting used to the conditions, getting used to even players they might face in the main Asia Cup. So, wonderful opportunity for them to progress. Another good ball.
He's doing well. He's got a fair bit of pace for him. Sompal batted for his 75 over an hour and a half. 27 years of age, now bowling the new ball. Conditions are a bit testing out there in terms of the heat. Yes, the sun isn't out at the moment. Wearing all that gear and everything, and then coming back and bowling the new ball and consistently at a certain pace shows the determination and the focus, and of course some confidence coming in with the bat now into his bowling. 7 overs gone, 37 for no loss.
Ball 1. Ball 1.
Well, he goes aerial. So the first Pakistani wicket falls. 37 for 1. Looking to go over the top. And Nepal will be very happy. Got that breakthrough. Take a look at that again. He's trying to go over mid-wicket, but trying to play against the spin. Ending up being caught at the point region.
Right, that's a wicket lost. Exactly what the doctor ordered for Nepal. Pakistan losing their first wicket, the 37 for 1.
So 37 for 1. The big wicket for Nepal. Sharaf picking that wicket. This will be opener for Nepal, Roshan.
Well, we were speaking about how good the Nepal spin attack is, because this pitch, I'm sure, will start to respond to spinners, the way they bowl. It's worth taking a look at that wicket, because there was nice loop, there was some turn, and the mistake Hazibullah made was he was looking to try and play it across the line against the off spin on a pitch that's starting to grip and turn. I don't think that was the right option. So they've got the breakthrough, they've got the opening. Can they drive home the advantage? Can they get another wicket? Can they get a third? That's what Nepalis should be after, just to create pressure.
Oh, that's not the way to start things off. That's poor. It's a boundary. Just not the start for a new batsman.
See, I think I put it down to inexperience. You need to bowl a very good first delivery to the new batter. And this is virtually a half tracker. It's dragged down, just allowing the batter to get on the back foot, position himself well, get a boundary. Now that is a get out of jail free card. Straight away the pressure gets released. That's better. That's better.
Yeah, that should have been the first delivery that he was, because he's brought in a slip as well, so that pressure was taken off. And you can see that this ball had something, just moved away the other way rather than turning in. Needs to be more consistent with his length. Don't mind the line. This is the follow the wicket. Yes, he was trying to play across the line. He's trying to play across the line. That one turned a little bit. Oh, that one went on straight.
I think he played for some turn. He played for turn. The ball went with the arm. This is what pitchers like this could do. It's unpredictable. You'll find one delivery turning off a spot, the other one just straightening up the line.
This time it's left alone. That will mark the end of the 8th over. It's 41 for 1.
Right, let's take a look at the wicket. I mean, I'm very interested to see the shot attempted from front on, from round the wicket, tossing it up. See, exactly the point I was making. If you look at where the ball struck, it hit the toe of the bat, it gripped a bit, it turned. And you make an elementary mistake trying to hit against the line of an off-spinner on a turning pitch, and that's why he got out. Right, so that is the price he paid. And Nepal has got the man they wanted. 41 for 1 at the moment at the end of 8.
So Pratish comes in for the first time. Shyam is 19 of 21. They've got off to a good start, but they just lost that wicket now. It's time for Nepal to try and get back into this game. Another wicket. Oh, that was lucky. That was lucky. That was really lucky. Inside edge. Should have gone on to hit the stumps, but luck on the side of the batsman.
Very casual, I thought, the batter's approach. That was pitched up and it was wide. And again, you could see there was no feet movement, just a little stride. No attempt to get close to the ball, and as a result of it, just playing so much away from his body. Very, very lucky that he didn't ricochet onto the stumps. Very nearly dragged it back.
More runs for Shyam. They're going at a good pace, Pakistan. We're into the 9th over. Got 46. Just a fraction over 5 runs.
Well, Nepal is persisting with seam bowlers at one end. They're having spin at the other. I'll be very interested to see how the Nepal spin bowlers start bowling on this surface. I think you should try and bring the spinners in quickly, because there's nothing really happening for the seamers, no movement at all. The only thing is about the uneven bounce. When I say uneven, it's a bit too paced where the ball doesn't really come on as much.
Trying to settle into a length, Pratish. It's always an asset to have a left-arm fast bowler in your armoury.
If you could seam it around. At the moment, we haven't seen anything happening off the surface. Pratish would ideally look to try and bring it back and strike that front pad if he could, or find the outside edge. There is not much bounce. I'm not sure whether the wicket-keeper's positioning is right, because the ball hasn't really carried, and Pratish isn't the quickest.
So, not afraid to go hard at that. It's another boundary. 50 on the board for Pakistan A. You just can't afford to spray it here and there on this track, especially for fast bowlers, because as you said, there's nothing. Take a look at that again.
Well, he was giving him width it was almost a half volley wide of the off stump with nothing happening off the surface. It just becomes meat and drink to a batter, and that's exactly what he did. Nicely playing it behind point with that open face of the bat. Nice use of the wrist. Pakistan getting to 15, very quick time.
That's better. That's a better line to bowl. It's always very important, is it, about the line, because nowadays batsmen intend to pick on lengths with various types of shots. But the line is important. Take a look at that again. There you go. The line more straighter. If you can bring that in a little bit, it will be the added advantage. Well, a dot ball will end over number 9. It's 54.
Basta.
50 for 1 at the end of 9. Target is 180. Certainly feel that's well within their reach. But what does Nepal do now from this point onwards? Is the last of the power play overs. What do they do after this? Now, Sharif has bowled a few good deliveries, but he's been short in his length a bit.
I also feel that the pace on this surface is important. Is he looking to push it a little bit through quicker, or should he be looking to try and search for some loop and maybe try and find some grip if that's on offer? That is not a good shot at all. In the end, it's taken in the deep, and it wasn't a delivery that deserved a wicket. For a moment, I thought that Siam had got it, but the ball really didn't arrive, and also the length was poor. Anyway, Nepal can celebrate. They've got wicket number 2.
Very poor shot, but also, Roshan, I feel that, as you said, it didn't really come on as he expected. The batsman was into the shot a little too early. It'll be interesting to see where he connects, but, well, the second wicket is done. 54.
Danke.
50 for 2.
The ball
Sharif's got 2 wickets. But 2, I would say, rather poor shots by the Pakistani batters.
I'll give him credit for the first wicket because it was a nice loop delivery on a good length. The second one was again a little bit too short. It was a poor shot, as you said. But now Nepal has 2 new batters. Really what they wanted. So time for them to put some pressure here. Rather Pakistan, not Nepal, I beg your pardon. But Nepal, when I say Nepal has the opportunity to bowl to 2 new batters, because one man, Tahir, just in faced a delivery. Yusuf on 8. Bring on the spinners. Let's see how they do.
Oh, that's good. I like the loop in that. Inviting the batsman. That's what he should be doing.
Well done.
Mixing it up a little bit, pushing it a little bit quicker. Is what happened. Well. I think it didn't really come on to him, Roshan, but I thought it was a well-judged catch. Had to run back a little.
Way.
Now, Sharif got into confidence. He's not afraid to toss it up. It's the end of the over. 50 for 2. $50 for 2. There you go. Umpire Disanayaka signalling the start of the second power play. Number was 10 to 40. And the captains have the luxury of having 4 men outside the circle. Going to be more left-arm pace. Listen. I would like to see 2 spinners operating in tandem, especially on this surface. Oh, that's looking nice. That is a lovely stroke. Didn't try to hit it too hard.
It's a bit too gentle in pace, and this is why I believe that you should bring your spinners on quickly. Now the power play is gone. There is some purchase on the track. Get your spinners on. Just see what they can do. This is a friendly, almost a half volley. Just pushed and hit through the line. Timing good. Pakistan batters would love pace on the ball. Love seam bowlers bowling, and that was almost hit on the up. Just getting close to it. The problem for the seamers, Kosala, here is nothing's happening. So it's just gun barrel straight.
The delivery, but this time better they push through for that quick single. Now, on a surface like that, if you're limited with your bowling options and you need to bring in your paces in, I think change of pace, do something different. That's what they need to bring.
I would love to see cutters being bowled into the pitch. Pace of the ball, slow bouncers. You do different things, but here, unfortunately, this young man Pratis is a little bit too predictable. He's running in, bowling almost the same length, and it becomes easy for the batter to hit through the line.
There you go. That's a similar delivery. That's where he's attempting. I've been told that he's a young man, just 19, made his debut very recently, so very early in his career. But he needs to start thinking, because he's there for a job. He's playing as a frontline bowler. You need to start thinking, especially when the surface change.
I know, but we just said that he's 19 and he's just made his debut, so I suppose it's a massive learning curve for him. See, that's the angle. The problem for the seamers, as I said, nothing happens. Now, you could create an angle like that from going over the wicket. Well, Pakistan got off to a good start. That catch should have been taken earlier on. That was one of those lucky escapes. But in between, there were very good shots by the Pakistan batters. Not afraid to play the full shot. Anything full or short before this happened. Looking to play across the line. Then a boundary of the very first ball, and then the driving continued. We're back live this time.
So 55 for 2 again. Boundary is coming in. This is the fall of that last wicket. Didn't really come on, Roshan. It did come on.
Also, I don't think it was a good shot selection. Ball didn't come on. Our coaches in the past would say, don't hit it across the line when it is turning. Hit it with the turn.
This is good. Now, this is something that we didn't see when the Nepalis were batting. Rotation of the strike, picking the singles. That's the end of the over. 56 for 2.
चाले जाओ ना चाले
56 for 2. India playing UAE on the other round. That's at the SSC. I'll give you an update on the scores on that in a short while. Here it's Pakistan A taking on Nepal. But the big one is on the 19th, a day-nighter between India A and Pakistan A. It's at the R. Premadas International Stadium. So India have been asked to get 176 to win the game. Change of bats. How many bats do these type of players carry, Roshan, nowadays?
Well, I wonder whether they are sponsored. If they are sponsored, I mean, they get a fair bit. I mean, it's not like in the past where you got to pay for your own bat. Now you got plenty of bats, different shapes, not different shapes, different weights. Possibly the handle size could be slightly different, but players are well served. Let's give it to the manufacturers. They've done a good job.
So change of bowling. Rajavanshi comes on. Lalit Rajavanshi. He's going to go left arm round the wicket. Starts off with a full toss. They need something here. Nepal needs to create something. They mustn't allow this partnership to grow, take the game away from them. That's good. But again, I like the rotation of the strike. They're working the single.
Two right-handers with the left arm spinner bowling. He's got a slip in. So this is where he needs to try and exploit the surface. The best chance is try and find the outside edge. He's got the keeper. If they got the slip for that, it's better. And you can surprise the batter if you have a good arm ball. Can get one or two to rip. You follow it up with a good arm ball. I know it's easier said than done, but these are the things that bowlers try on surfaces like this.
Needs to be more consistent on his length and line. It's always nice to give it a little bit of loop and then bring it in, trying to pick up wickets. It's not bad. He needs dot balls to build the pressure. One to go in the over. Ends well. 58 for 2. 12 down. So 58 for 2, 12. The target they're looking for is 180. Got Yusuf on 14 and Nepal continuing with the left arm seam bowler. We're lucky that he gets away with that one. Young man trying he knows his armory. We haven't seen him do anything different. It's just running and ball, trying to create that angle. Again, width on offer. They will find a fielder there. Just a single. Pakistani batsmen wouldn't mind this as long as they keep the scoreboard ticking.
You need to understand the bowling mix of Nepal to understand or to try and see as to why a left-arm seamer is being persisted with. If there was a spinner available, the spinning option, I would straight away look at bowling him at this end just to try and see what this surface offers, because we know it's dry. We expect the ball to start turning, create some uncertainty, some deliveries to go down, straighten down the line. So there's enough for the spinners to work with. Now, Nepal can't leave it too late. They can't let your spinners come on looking to defend 50 runs. I mean, you need to give them as much runs as one could.
Again, that's slashed outside. No. Now, talking about Tahir Roshan, he's played T20 cricket, he's played in the PSL. He might be a player looking to break into the national side with an Asia Cup coming around, played in Sri Lanka.
He was going hard at that delivery. That was a wide delivery, that was angled. There is a wide slip being placed specifically for a shot like that. See, unless the role of Pratis is just this, just try and run in and close up one end, don't give runs, dry out the runs. Let the spinners attack at the other end. If this is his forte, then he should stick to it. He should try and bowl one side of the pitch and not give runs, not give easy runs. So that could be a strategy that has to be considered.
Oh, that's beautifully played. Great effort in the boundary, but too good for the fielder to cut that one out.
This is what Nepal should avoid doing. Wide half volley, rather friendly delivery, and just allowed the batter to get that long stride out. Timing perfect. Outfield is quick, so that is flirting with danger if you're a bowler on a surface like this. That was asking for trouble. Well, Nepal can't afford these things. They can't afford to leak runs because they're defending only 180.
This young man's gone for 20 in 2.5. Well, again, both sides of the wicket. Get one. 13 overs done in the run chase. It's 64 for 2. So Rajabanshi will start his second over. Had a decent first over. Let's see what Tahir has in mind. Again, disturbance besides screen. So, Rajabanshi. It's not bad. He needs to create more pressure. Nepal needs to create more pressure. And also looking at Rajabanshi, I don't think he's a big turner of the ball, Roshan. If you look at where the first slip is placed, he's more close to the wicket keeper. So that indicates that he's not really turning it much.
Yeah, he doesn't seem to be a big spinner of the ball. But yeah, you're right regarding Nepal's. Oh, through him, almost through him. How did he not get bowled? That was the one that came in with the arm. It missed everything, missed the stumps. The keeper missed it. Was it a mis-stumping? I don't know. But my goodness, he was lucky. Absolutely lucky. Another look. Let's see. In with the angle, through him. Just missed everything.
That's what I was referring to. He's not a big turner. He'll bring it in. That's what the batsman will have to be careful of. Oh, they need to stop those. They need to make sure that they don't give singles to the batter.
Now, Kosala, was there a stumping opportunity here? Was there a stumping opportunity? Yes, there was. There was. Nepal can't afford to miss those half chances. You need to be at your A game. You need to take those half chances when you're defending 180. That was a stumping chance. Yes, the wicketkeeper stood up a little bit early. The ball came in with the arm. Oh, that turned. That turned. Now that is going to ask a few questions from the Pakistan batters. Here's another look. Let's see. This is they're talking about that ball that missed everything. Drags him down. Yeah. Definite stumping, Kosala. No question about it.
It's better. You see, if you really watch him very closely, he's using that crease very well. He gets wide of the crease. He gets closer to the stumps.
They need to try and create something out of this surface. He's not a big spinner, as we told you. But now it's time for him to work with angles, work with trajectories of deliveries. This time just sliding down the leg side. A single, 14 gone, 71 for 2.
"71 for 2 after 14. Pratis now in his 4th over. That stood up to be hit. Maybe missed the opportunity. Not in absolute control with that shot, Tahir. Talking about, and that's a no ball signal, and that's the last thing you want. Give them a free hit. They've managed to stem the flow of runs to a certain extent. The run rate not rollicking along per se, but with these little efforts which go to the benefit of the batting unit, you can ill afford to do that. Now what is he going to do? He's been a little quiet, 9 of 22. Here's the opportunity to open up and get a big hit. Goes. Doesn't quite time it. Chance of a run out. It's all happening in the middle. The end of it all, a scamper, a single.
We'll be happy. Nepal getting those 2 wickets and now need to continue with that. Keep testing the batters out there. It was a bit of a rash shot there. That's ball. Well, sorry, that was the previous one, not this. No ball given, was above waist clearly. This is the one I was talking about. The shot he attempted after that. And a single there. We talk about these 2 batters out there. Umair bin Yusuf been very promising recently against Zimbabwe in the 3-day format. He got the player of the tournament with his bat, and then in the 1 day has also scored a big 100. That's Tayyab Tahir on the screen. Talking about Umair bin Yusuf, and he's someone who's looking to get his way into that middle order somehow. But so packed up in the Pakistan team. Down the leg side wide, and Shamim, if you talk about both these boys, Tayyab Tahir and Umair bin Yusuf, they probably will be fighting for that middle order.
It's a pleasant dilemma for the selectors when you have a lot of options in any order, top order, middle order, or even the bowlers, and you have the luxury and the headache of who to select. So these are the opportunities, as you mentioned, Sikandar, for Yusuf and Tahir to make an impression and catch the eye at vital, crucial moments before the Asia Cup to try and get an inclusion. Now squared him up and just dropping short wide of the keeper there. Pratis has made the batters think about the shots.
And once again, looking at that Pakistan team or the squad that is here for this emerging Asia Cup, and every single individual or player would be trying to get himself into that national side, the main side, but it's all about what the main side needs or is looking for. So when you actually look at the players here representing Pakistan Shaheens, Saim Ayub is an opener, and Pakistan, you know how well they're doing with their opening pair. You talk about Hasibullah as an opener, and to top that, he's a wicket-keeper bat, so you've got a wicket-keeper sorted out already. Then you talk about number 3, where Shan Masood is playing. If you want to get maybe Saim Ayub to be a little more flexible, that place is also taken. Then you look at Umair bin Yusuf. Can he do number 3? Place is taken, that's sorted out. Middle order, Tayyab Tahir has been performing in the domestic circuit, but then he needs to find someone in the national side not performing. Same goes for the bowlers. Shahnawaz Dani has been with the national side for the longest time, but didn't make himself into that 11. Arshad Iqbal has played a few. He's not in the 11 today. Once again, it's all about man-to-man marking. It's about the replacements. It's about like for like. But you got to have the requirement coming from that big team asking for that replacement.
2 things have to be taken account. We'll talk about that after the end of this over. Just the 15th completed, 76 for 2 at the end of that. All right, so we're talking about your options or chances of inclusion in the Pakistan team. Number 1, you've got to catch the eye of the selector with a good performance over here and any platform that you get the opportunity to. And then the unfortunate part is that you have to wait for someone not to perform in the regular team and wait for that option to open up for you.
And there you see Qasim Akram sitting there in that hat next to Ahmad, but he's been regarded as the next big thing. He's a brilliant all-rounder and a good leader. Was captaining his domestic side, Central Punjab, but he's finding it tough to get into the 11 here. And it's all about the requirement. His like-for-like replacement in this 11 would be Mubassir Khan. But since he's been performing down the order, he's got to really work hard and believe on some luck as well. Again, I'll take you back to the recent outing for Pakistan Shaheens or Pakistani against Zimbabwe. They played both Mubassir and Qasim Akram and they both scored. So then that leaves you with such a problem as a captain. And then talking about wicket-keeper batters, so many of them, Haris himself is a wicket-keeper batter. So how does he find himself a place in the national side?
Well, back to that, it's a very, very pleasant dilemma, but a very complicated one. But as that's got a hold of that one, that's going many a mile. That was short, asking to be punished. It's been blasted away to the boundary. And this is where, you know, opportunities arise. You're talking about inclusion, even within the squad itself. As you mentioned, getting into the final 11 can be quite a task. But luck plays such a massive factor in sports. And sometimes, I don't want it to happen to any cricketer, sometimes due to a freak injury or health issues, you can be excluded from a team. And that's when the opportunities open up for the like replacements. And unfortunately, that is what some of these players have to bank on to just get them a foot into the big boys league.
See, that's the point. Now in modern day cricket, what the coaches advise you, if you're performing well in your skill, they say, can you develop a little extra bit in yourself, something else, become the most amazing fielder in a particular spot, or try, if you have that in you, a bit of a spinner, work on your spin more along with your batting. Then you are further putting in the question to those selectors that I can offer a bit more than my speciality. We'll talk about the performances, another boundary here, just a nice cut. So quickly wrapping this up, like Shan Masood's clear example, is a genuine opener, but couldn't find himself a place in the opening slot, so started working at number 3 and 4, and he's in the 11. And that's really how it goes. That's the boundary of that last ball from Tayyib Tahir. And when you get to see more and more of these youngsters, then you start understanding their strengths and weaknesses, even as commentators up here. There you go, Sahibzada Farhan sitting right in front. He is also an opener. An extreme left is Kamran Ghulam, who was selected in the test squad, couldn't make it into the 11. So you'd sit and warm the bench, and then you say, let's get back to the A side. And then he starts performing again in the middle order. So a frustration level could come up inside you that I'm performing, why can't I get into the inside? It's really about how do you penetrate into that 11 and replace a guy who's probably got bigger numbers than you, unless, like you said, there's an injury. Produce some flexibility if you're a batter. Haris batted for Pakistan down the order, despite of being an opener in the World Cup, and he performed. Rizwan started off at number 6 and came to open in T20s. It worked. He still does back down the order in the longer format. Well, I guess so. In a nutshell, modern day cricket demands a lot more than just being a specialist in a particular field of cricket.
It's up to Malla now to try and break the partnership. Kushal Malla scored 50 runs on his debut match against the USA in 2020, making him the youngest player in men's cricket to score a half-century in ODIs at the age of 15 years and 140 days. So he's a youngster with a lot of prospect, scored a lot of runs, and it's the wicket taking now that he'll be required to do, because Pakistan are settling down now. This partnership being built up here. 38 runs already, looking quite threatening. Something's got to give if Nepal want to get back in. Enticement. Gives the ball lots of air, but he's hit it into the deep. Couple of runs quickly taken there. They're thinking of a third run from an overthrow. Not the wisest option, as you know, old adage saying never run on a misfield. Almost fell into that trap there. I'd like to see Kushal Malla trying the arm ball. He's mostly giving the ball a lot of air, trying to extract some purchase off of the wicket. tries it again, and it's simple for the batter to play it comfortably down the ground for a single to finish over number 17. It's 91 for 2. The players having a little bit of respite in this warm weather, very sultry, very muggy weather. And just the drinks break now being completed. They're pretty comfortable under the umbrellas there. And there's a bit of breeze blowing that brings some sort of respite to the players out in the middle. Into the 18th over now, Pakistan A, 91 for 2. Yusuf 22 and Tahir pretty much even Stevens with the runs, but Yusuf a tad quicker. 22 of 23, 21 of 33 for Tahir. Rajbanshi is going to come on. Rajbanshi scored some, no, he was the last man in. Rajbanshi giving good support for the last wicket partnership to Kami, and Nepal will be desperately hoping that in his 4th over Rajbanshi can manage a wicket. Pakistan taking it easy, not in a hurry to get to that 190. Nice little drive down the ground. Yes, that's the one I expected in the previous over. Just that arm ball, an element of surprise, but you need to really bowl it touch wide of the wicket and try to angle the ball in. More like a round armish action. You can, if you can get it done. And that is the orthodox, the typical left-arm orthodox delivery. You're trying to just bring the ball in, turn it away from the right-handed batter. It's got to be that mix and the surprise element. From the edge of the crease, that is good. Talking about bowling wide of the crease, accentuating the angle when you're bowling the arm delivery, but it exposes your intentions to the batters a tad early. Variations, the requirement now. That's nice, good mix of the orthodox left arm spin and the arm balls. Good over completed. 18 done, 92 for 2. Well, the big scoreboard doing its job. A lot of people behind that handling the numbers, always helping out. Very significant, all the big scoreboards all around the grounds I've seen in Sri Lanka. Gives the ball some air. Malla, that's put away into the deep, but it's found the fielder, the sweeper, ensuring that not more than a single was taken. Kushal Malla. A lot of enticement, Sikandar, but really both Tahir and Yusuf not really keen to take the bowlers on. Seem to be content to just meander along at the moment. No real rush in trying to get to that target.
You and I have been doing a lot of T20 cricket, that's why. Our brains are programmed to, why are they not hitting the ball? I was just about to say there's such an important phase in a one-day. But there will be moments since nothing's happening for the bowlers. You've got to keep yourself patient. Keep bowling in the right areas and something will come your way. As long as you're not just giving freebies, you should be fine. That's another subject or topic that you haven't got enough runs. But is the fielding captain ready to then think out of the box and get some fielding positions in place? But what happens in the emerging tournaments, you don't know the other players' strengths and weaknesses so well. You rely on technology or information that's not first-hand. This probably is the first time Umair bin Yusuf and Tayyib Tahir are facing these bowlers.
Same kind of situation for some of us here. The different teams.
You and I have faced each other a lot of times, so we're pretty okay. End of the over, we'll come back to that. 95 for 2.
Good partnership here, 45 between Yusuf and Tahir. Talking about our partnership in the comm box. Enjoyed it over the years in different parts of the world. And the players need to get to know the strengths and weaknesses of each other. So important, even as a captain, you realize what the weaknesses are. You put the fielders according to that. You bring in the bowlers who more often than not tend to play on their weak parts and try to exploit the weakness if there is any. So lots of things going on behind the scenes, lots of preparations, a lot of technology being used, as you said, Sikandar. End of the day, you suss it out in the middle of the pitch. Down the wicket. Still, I felt, despite the ball going very quickly there, I don't think he's quite got a hold of it.
Just look at how the offside field is. Well, after this ball, the left arm spinner, it's got to be very accurate. Nobody on the cut. Everyone's in front of the point. There goes that point fielder where the ball has gone. There's no third. There's no gully. There was there, but now they've moved him in front of the square. So that left arm spinner's got to be very careful. He balls something a little more outside the off stump, he'll be put away for a boundary straight away. At the moment, he's doing well, angling it in round the wicket.
Yeah, Lalit Rajbanshi bowling within himself, not trying anything fancy, keeping it tight. That is the need of the hour. And again, enticement. This one, he takes him on. Really just hits it tremendously through the covers. Just a shimmy down the wicket, gets to the pitch. And a lovely cover drive.
That's not an easy shot to play. It takes a lot of hard work and practice. Inside out over extra cover. And he's done well. Got to the pitch of the ball, just opening the face of the bat. And Saim Ayub is, Umair bin Yusuf is a batsman. If you keep watching him, he's one who enjoys every single innings of his. He'll make you work hard for his wicket. He's not going to throw it away. He's not going to throw away a start, which is why he's so well known for playing longer knocks.
The 50 of the partnership has come up, and suddenly a good delivery beating the bat. 20 overs have been completed. Pakistani have moved on to 101 for 2.
What a performance from Shahnawaz Dani with that new ball. Up front, fast and quick, top of off for that first wicket. Sangling it in. This one was a very soft dismissal, getting the shoulder of the bat and a good catch. Then the short ball strategy came in and the Nepal batsmen started falling for it. That's one. This one just taking a feather edge of the glove onto the helmet. And then this one just trying to work in third man. Good catch taken. He's kept that ball outside that off stump in that corridor. And he's got 5 wickets, well-earned 5 wickets, and he's again knocking that door. Again, Shamim, it becomes that case that you can get 5 wickets, 6 wickets if you like. But who do you replace?
You wait for someone to just not perform. Because with the 5 wickets, he's caught the eye of the selector. He's been in the national team, discarded for a while or rested for a while. And now he's sending signals. Not anywhere near the bat. I don't know if he got a touch to that. Gone down behind the keeper, a couple of runs. Wait and see if there's a signal from the umpire. No, must have been something there with a glove. No signal from him. Yeah, just going back to the Hani, I think he's taken the first step. Just another look at it. Seemed to have missed everything, but according to the umpire, maybe got a faint touch. You do the first step of the job in trying to get an inclusion in the national team, and he's done it. Shahnawaz Dahani, now it's up to a non-performer in the team to wait for.
Well, actually, not necessarily the 11. Just make it to the 15. Good running there, completing 2 easily. Would you be picking a more spin-dominated side for the Asia Cup? Be playing more here?
I think it's got to be a mix. I think you also have to look at your opposition and work out their weaknesses. If you feel there's a team, particularly teams like Nepal and Afghanistan, maybe to a certain extent, coming in, it might be a little pace-oriented. The final 11 I'm talking about, but definitely on Sri Lankan tracks, you would expect it to assist the spin bowlers. There again, it's a kind of a 50-50 option, because there are tracks in Sri Lanka which are conducive to pace and carry and a little bit of movement. And if there's a little bit of grass, the seamers will be hoping that they can get some seam movement. might be overcast weather conditions. Heavier weather might favor the pace bowlers with a little bit of swing. So you've got to wait for the day to happen and select your final 11. 21 done, 106 for 2.
$106 for 2. 21 overs gone. Yusuf's made 34. Almost a runner ball innings. Tahir's taken his time for his 24. Tahir is requesting for a helmet because we've got Malla. Pace coming back on. Interesting move by the Nepal captain, trying to do something different because the spinners are not getting anything out of it. So it's Gulshan. Gulshan has been brought in. They need another 74 runs to seal this one for the Pakistani A team. He was looking for the Yorker. Doesn't seem to be much of express pace. Interesting move, especially on a surface like this. A bit surprised that the Nepali captain has opted to go for pace rather than persist with the spinners. Maybe because the spinners have not got anything out of it. And this partnership is now building up a little bit. Oh, that's lovely. Finds a fielder. Like the sound of that bat, the ball hitting the middle of the bat. This partnership is now growing. And it's causing a little bit of problems for the Nepali team.
See, we see another issue, I think, for the Nepalis. We talk about experience, Kosala. Now, this is not trying to pick on some of the areas, but these are observations that one sees. Just goes over the top, using the pace. Very good shot, just a bounce, just one bounce and into the boundary for 4. Pakistan enjoying the pace. And that's another boundary.
There you go. He had decided that he's going to take the charge to the bowler. And good connect. Tahir. He's played in a couple of Premier Leagues in Pakistan. Been told that he's maybe making a content to try and get into that national side with the Asia Cup coming around. Well, they'll look for 2 here. They're satisfied with 1. 110 on the board. In fact, 111 for 2. Doing it quite easily.
Yeah, the point I was trying to make here is that we've seen the spinners of Nepal. See, again, you need to know how to exploit pitches like this. You can be a spinner, but you need to know how to bowl on a surface that is helpful. See, these are the areas I'm sure Nepal will want to improve, and I'm sure they are aware of it. And it's a pitch that's not turning, but there is some grip, so you should understand the pace to bowl on this surface. Oh, Now runs to third man. So, as I said, it's a learning curve. It's a learning experience for Nepal. We did see how their latter batters, particularly Sompal, who stood up and made that very brave innings, gave them something to bowl at. And now they've got the chance to try and attack the Pakistan batters. They've thrown their fast bowlers at them, but it hasn't really worked. I was excited for the spinners. I was hoping they'd get something out of the surface, but I think that's not. Maybe barring the off spinner, we haven't really seen too much in terms of threat from the spinners.
He bangs it in short. He'll get away with that one. That's the end of the 22nd. It's 1-1, 2 for 2. So it's going to be spin from this end. Asham, we're talking about how good you need to be. How good you need to be bowling on surfaces like this. On surfaces like this, how you need to control it. The release points are very important.
To me, Kosala, yeah, that's all correct. But to me, the key for a spinner on a surface is to know the pace. See, there are certain pitches that responds quickly, quick turn where you fire the ball in. There are also pitches that tends to sort of grip and turn, and therefore allows the spinner something to work with. Now, Sri Lankan pitchers, we know, you look at Gaul, it's very crusty, you know, it tends to grip. So you need to bowl at a certain pace. You can't afford to fire the ball in. You need to loop it. You need to do those things. So that to me is the key to understand. So this side, this Nepal side, is a young side, and it's a learning curve for them. And then also, Kosala, just to carry on with the conversation, such knowledge is derived out of the longer version of the game, where you understand how to dismiss batters, you understand how to bowl, understand how to be patient, all those things, the entire package comes in.
We'll just walk through for a single. And also coming to the point now, if you look at this spinner who is currently bowling, Mala, you see he gets more open. He doesn't have a real pivot at the top, and his non-bowling arm just intends to drop very quickly. So these are things that they will how to figure out when you come to countries like that, how you use your action to get things. Very good. See, oh, this is up there. It's yes, there is a fielder getting under that. That is a good catch. He judged it well, and just as we speak, the spinners get a breakthrough for Nepal.
See, this is what they can do. This is the point I was trying to make. There is something on the surface. I'm sure it gripped a little bit, and as a result of it, I don't think it hit the sweet spot, but instead it went off almost the toe, if I'm not mistaken. Very good catch. Excellent catch. Got underneath it. It was a swirling catch. Held on to it. So Pakistan lose their third wicket. 114 for 3.
So the captain is in. Mohammad Haris, he was the wicket keeper of the side as well. 114 for 3. In fact, it's Kamran Ghulam who's coming to bat. So Nepal will take this over down because as a decent over that they bowl, they got a breakthrough. Now they need to capitalize on this. That's right, giving it a bit air. They wouldn't mind that single, but they need to try and push over. Gets end of the over. 1 run, 5 for 3. So I've got a very interesting stat about Kamran Ghulam. He's made his ODI debut as a concussion player to Haris Sohail in Pakistan, and he was also adjudged the player of the year in 2021, if I'm not mistaken, 2020 by PCB, the best cricketer of the year. So he's come with some reputation.
Concussion subs are always an interesting story. I can tell you one Kasun Rajitha was the concussion sub on a tour by Sri Lanka to Bangladesh. Vishwa Fernando got hit. He was withdrawn. Kasun Rajitha came in. Rest, as they say, is history. He just ran through batting sides, dismissed left-handers, and he is now very much in the Sri Lankan team.
Well, we got two very important games coming up tomorrow. Bangladesh A take on Oman A. That's at the ACC grounds. It's a Group A clash. This is the wicket. And that is a good catch. Well, we'll be lucky to get away with that one, Roshan.
See, Nepal now needs to tighten their game. They need to try and dry out runs, attack with spin, and hope for the Pakistan A batters to try and commit harikari, if that's the right word, or play a few wrong shots. Because it's all pressure. You know, there's still 64 runs left in this game, and that's a lot of runs. If you can get a wicket or two quickly, then you start creating a doubt in the batter's mind, and that's where you try and capitalize on that.
Oh, is this a chance? Is this a chance? No, it'll fall in no man's land. Lucky. And again, I would say that was the indication of the slowness of the pitch, because it didn't really come on.
Yeah, that's the kind of surface this is. It's a little bit too pace. Certain balls have come on quickly. This hardly arrived because he finished with his shot, and the ball just hit the bat, and very lucky that it fell in no man's land. Now what Nepal would be hoping for is such shots fall into hand, not in no man's land. They want all the luck on their side.
That's a better delivery. So just to mention about tomorrow's game, it's two Group A clashes. At the SSC, we got Bangladesh A taking on Oman A. And here at the CCC, that's a big game. Sri Lanka A versus Afghanistan A. Both teams winning their first games, Roshan. So they will come with their heads high tomorrow. Well, it's going to be interesting.
All the main teams, the full member teams are pretty strong and experienced. I mean, I did see that Bangladesh side, they have so much of potential, so much of flair in their batting. Driven through extra cover, that will run away to the boundary. So these are useful runs. They're getting close to that target. They're 122. Now Kosala, it's starting to cloud up a little bit into the 24th over. This is where the DL method will come into play. Another look. Then a pretty wide half volley in the gap. This outfield gives you full value for money. It was 4.
It looked at the boundary for the moment it left the bat.
Just to finish on that game between Sri Lanka and Bangladesh, Sri Lanka A2 has plenty of depth in that side. The wide. It's an exciting side, captained by young Dunit Lalage, very young, but he's pretty mature. I thought he led the side quite well, and they got a lot of talent, potential, experience. So if you look at this Pakistan side, Afghanistan obviously has won. India is a strong side. So these main teams, the full member teams, have picked some really good squads to participate in this. So that's what excites me as far as this emerging Men's Asia Cup goes.
It will be a dot ball to end over number 24. It's 1, 2, 3 for 3. Samala continues from this end. 1, 2, 3 for 3. 57 more needed for Pakistan. He's not bad. He's not really giving it any effort, the bowler Roshan. He's just lobbing it, just dropping it.
Yeah, I think the arm speed and the loop is not prevalent. We haven't seen it. So what he's doing is he's bowling a little bit slow, very little pace on the pitch. And that's given a little bit too much of respect, in my opinion. He's got a long off and a long on, so the batter's not going to take a chance. But I would have expected him to come down the pitch. It was just tossed up, maybe push it for a single. It's better. Now, I like this name Malla. Now, you know Malla in Sinhalese, obviously, it's another way of referring to your younger sibling. Malli is the younger brother, so you also call him Malla.
Yeah. Rather than calling Malli, people call more Malla because it becomes a more household name or maybe a more loving name.
Yeah, it's a lot to do with love. Not that the word Malli doesn't mean love, but Malla has a little bit more. This is for people who understand the Sinhala language. Couple of runs to win the over, 126 for 3.
1-2-6 for 3. Halfway stage gone. That's the scoreboard of the CCC. Pakistan comfortably working things around, working it around. No pressure being brought in by Nepal at this moment. But it's getting a little dark here at the CCC. Some clouds coming, but no threat of rain as such. Interesting to see where Pakistan should be at this stage in terms of the calculations coming in. Oh, that's been worked away beautifully. Good bit of feeling down in the deep again. To come back for 2.
So now this is over number 26. It's 25.2. So what should be the DL score at the end of 26 overs with 3 wickets down? That's what Pakistan will be wondering, because it is to do with the pass score plus 1 run. Pakistan should be well ahead. If they're chasing 180, they should be fine. Well, I've been told they have to be 77 plus 1. So 77 plus 1 is 78 with 3 wickets down. Pakistan well ahead, 129. They can well afford to take it easy.
Yeah. Very interesting, because he's holding most of the deliveries cross seam and delivering. Oh, he goes for a big one. That is a... Oh. There were 3 fielders and it just fell right in the middle of them.
See, you need to call out. Someone needs to call out a name. That's very important. Coaches would tell you, take another look. He's looking to swing it top edge, shoulder of the bat. And at this point, someone needs to shout out a name and say it's your catch, so that the confusion is taken out of the picture. Now, there are 3 or 4 converging, but nobody seems to know whose catch it is. So that's the reason at the last minute they pull out. So you need to shout a name. Coaches used to say that.
Well, 1-3 is 1 for 3. They would feel that they missed out on an opportunity there.
Every catch miss, every half chance miss is an opportunity. When you're looking at just 180 to defend, you need wickets to try and create that pressure. Nepal needs to be sharp. As I said before, they need to be having that A game. Need to throw everything at this.
Again, too short, and that's been given the necessary treatment.
That's rubbing salt into the wound. That is really salt into the wound. You miss a batter and then you bang it down short again and you give away a boundary. Already they've got 9 runs in the over and 1 more ball to come. So they're now 135, which means they're just 45 runs away, Khosala, which is not frightening for Pakistan. So it is Nepal who needs to do all the running from here. They need to make things happen. But do they have enough in the bank to do it?
Trying a slower delivery, a little bit of variation. These are things that they need to try and do. That's the end of the 26th. It's 1-3-6 for 3. The focus now will be on Tahir. He's 46 off 59 for him to get a half century. He did mention that he's a batsman who might be making a statement to make it to the big league, to the national side. change in the bowling. Another left-arm spinner been brought in. Lalit Rajabanshi. This is easy pickings for Tahir. This is good cricket from the Pakistanis. Roshan, another thing, I thought I saw a wrist spinner practice in the morning with the Nepali side. Maybe if they had a wrist spinner, especially on a wicket like this, which is slow, which is having a little bit of puff and tough, might have had an advantage.
I would play a wrist spinner, a good wrist spinner any day in any team, because wrist spinner is a match spinner. His wrist rotation alone would give so much of revs on the ball, which would give him the opportunity of getting some extra purchase of the surface. You know, finger spinners, they don't give it the rip unless you're a Murali or someone like that, where Murali also used a lot of wrist into his delivery. Wrist spinners use their wrist so much where the rotation is quite high. So this left arm spin in particular, Rajbanshi doesn't seem to be a big turner of the ball. He seems to be someone who tends to float the ball into the right hander, really looks to strike the pads or the inside edge than actually finding the outside edge. The odd ball can turn, but his stock delivery is the one that comes in with the arm.
This is very comfortable batting for the Pakistan. They're just pushing the single without any problem, with relative ease, getting 3 to 4 runs and over. No pressure involved. I would like to add a little bit on what you said, but then we'll come back to that later. There you go again, the comfortable single worked around. They might look for 2 here, but no, it's just a single. So things happening very comfortable for Pakistan at the moment. 27 done, 141 for 3.
Just cruising along. You could just say at the moment Pakistan is on the cruise control mode, pushing the ball around and trying to get a boundary wherever possible, with 49 for Tayyib Tahir. Got them a good 64 deliveries. And that's it, that's his 50. Time and again he's proved his position and place in the 11. Tayyib Tahir came in chasing that score, which can be tricky at times, but he's made sure that that rocking boat after losing the 2 openers is into that cruise mode, and now Pakistan A can just sense that it's only a matter of time. They keep pushing it, they should be able to get home and get their first 2 points. But well played, Tayyib Tahir.
Indeed, there was a period where you'd feel that you're struggling a little bit, trying to find his timing and to get going, but once you got into the rhythm, it's been smooth sailing since then. Gulshan Jah are trying to do something against the run of play, because it is now a virtual control over proceedings for the Pakistan A team. despite the fall of 3 wickets, have really not been tested to that level where they would be in a bit of a disarray. There would be some sort of crisis situation. That has never been achieved by the Nepal bowlers. And add to that, a couple of drop catches, opportunity for a run out, which could have changed the whole scenario of the game. Tahir and Kamran now batting will be more sedate in their approach, be more confident of going to that target. Comfortably past the field in the gully and ambled the single to give the strike to Tahir, who was looking good on 50.
There's Tayyab Tahir for you, playing his shots at will. Took his time to start off and then played all around the park, attacked the fast bowlers at times. His knock has been pretty much calculated in his shot selection and also the way he's paced his 50 of 65 balls.
Looks much more comfortable. Not in a hurry, content to pick the shots. Selection of the shots made easier by the lack of bite at the moment, I feel, from the Nepali bowlers. It's not been something to create any kind of sort of tenseness or nervousness of the batters. The wicket is playing quite easily. There's no gremlins in the wicket per se to trouble the batters. They can afford to charge their arms and throw the bat and help themselves to the runs. That is a brilliant shot.
Well, look at this, Shamim. Noticing Kamran Ghulam, his 8 runs have been a bit untidy. He's given that attack, he's got that top edge on that occasion. Definitely didn't intend to play it in that region, but it's just been giving that impression that he just wants to get it done with.
Just checking for the boundary. It's gone over or gone for the 6 runs. Yeah, just looking at the boldness of the shot, it is within the boundary line. It's a 4. But you're right. I think just trying to get it over and done with. 28 done, 148 for 3. Gradually getting to that target, which was never daunting for the Pakistan A team, is a question of pacing their innings. There are a few stutters, loss of 3 wickets, few chances gone a begging, but with the rocking boat initially steadied by Tahir with his 51, it's looking like smooth sailing to the target there.
You can just see in that shot that the clouds are building up in that far region, more towards the left. You'll see the darker clouds hovering over now, coming in. He's lost control of that shot. One hand off the handle and he had to pay for it. That's the end of Tayyab Tahir giving the charge, but losing the grip on the handle. Straight away he realized he's got nothing behind it. And a good catch taken down at wide long off.
Yeah, he just got the elevation, not the distance. Just there, spooning it up. The target would have been go further forward, but this was a well-judged catch. and taken quite easily in the end. And the 4th wicket down. Now you're just mentioning the clouds in the distance, but the tire has gone for 51. Pakistan 148 for 4. Mohammad Haris, the skipper, comes in. Oh, that's up in the air. An opportunity just wide of the fielder. Tantalizingly close to his hands. And to rub salt into the wound, the ball has rolled away into the boundary.
Yeah, that's how Haris plays. He just wants to get on with it. Sometimes you'll see him playing a reverse on the very first ball he's playing, and it has cost him. It was in the air. He's taken that fielder on. It was just at the edge of that 30-yard circle behind the square. Turned himself a boundary straight away.
Rajvanshi just dropped one short, half a stop there, quickly through for the run. It's all happening. The wicket, the chance of a catch, and then an opportunity for a run out. And quite an interesting over so far. Oh, you're mentioning, Sikandar, the clouds now just gathering. So in the back of your mind, the batters might be thinking about the Duckworth-Lewis turn method to be applied. But I can tell you at the end of the 29th over, they just need 99 runs. If they've lost 4 wickets, they're well ahead. If the game, by any chance, is stopped now. Very threatening clouds in the distance. Rajvanshi, Lalit Rajvanshi, a mixed over for him. There's the wicket. Down the wicket, it was caught in the deep. This is back live. That's short. He's got a hold of that, but did it go the distance? It has. It's gone for the maximum. So an expensive over in the end, at the end of 29. It's 159 for 4.
That's one big scoreboard out there on the ground. Lots of numbers to go through. Important ones would be 159 for 4. Requiring 21 more runs of 21 overs. We just look at this particular match from Nepal's point of view, the positives to extract from. The spinners have bowled fairly well. Sompal is the key. He's been the man, the pick of the day for their side. 75 with the bat at number 9. They added more than 100 runs in the last 2 wickets. And then he's been pretty good with the ball. Changing ends now.
Trusting that fielder to come around for jumping over the ball as it was hit past him. Kaushal did well. Yeah, absolutely right. Sompal is the guy who stood out, obviously with the bat, even with the ball, despite the fact that he hasn't got a wicket. He's been pretty miserly in terms of the overall situation of the innings. Pitching it up, intelligent ball, striving for the Yorker. Dug it out pretty well. He's a thinking cricketer. Obviously, you can see in the demeanor. This is a wicket in the previous over from Lalit. He tried to go over the top. Really spooned it up, didn't get the distance. Knew he was in trouble straight away. The bat turning in his hand. It was a well-judged catch. Something for the Nepal team to be happy about.
Should be a couple of runs here. That's nicely placed by Haris. In fact, Kamran Ghulam, and they can come back for 3. That's the bigger boundary there. Easily completing the 3 runs. Now 17 needed for Pakistan A, the Shaheens, to score their first 2 points in the ACC Men's Emerging Teams Asia Cup.
I suppose you'd say now, despite the loss of that wicket in the previous over and a couple of overs back, that the Pakistan A team are in absolute control. Just gives that little bit of luxury to the skipper to maybe play himself in, get a bit of practice in the middle. Nothing like getting practice in the middle. It's all right doing it in the nets, but facing the opposition with some decent bowling, this is what you want. Hone your skills and get your running right, get your understanding between the 2 batters going. A little bit of a yes and no on that occasion. Well, short. Didn't quite get proper contact. Just thinking more in terms of hitting it down. It not spooned a little bit. Not quite the right part of the bat. But got her himself a run. $165 for 4. $30 overs have been completed. In fact, it's 166 for 4. New over here. Just wide of the fielder. Did well to get to it. Thinking about a run there.
It's got such a free-flowing bat, Mohammad Haris. Even if it plays to a fielder, it's a full follow-through. He looks to hit the ball hard. Looks to score. Very busy player. Whether you're requiring 14 runs to win a match with plenty of overs to go, or if it's a runner ball, it's just the same. Upish and taken. Just got the fingers underneath at the right time. The ball was dying on him. That's a very good catch taken, and probably an unnecessarily shot from the captain, making it 5 down now.
Last thing you wanted, your skipper, even when he came in first, he's tried to go after the bowling. Here he was maybe in 2 minds, backing away at the ball, maybe going away from him. But what a catch. Diving forward, very well taken. Lift the spirits of the Nepal team. Look at him, backed away too far and then had to stretch and try to reach that. Couldn't control it. And he's gone. The 5th wicket down here for Pakistan A. 166 for 5. Mubasir Khan in to replace the skipper. Rajbanshi, Lalit Rajbanshi getting his 2nd wicket. Nepal still creating some trouble for the Pakistan A team. That's good to see. They have not given up. Keep on trying, keep on getting more wickets. They might go on to lose the match, but they take all the positives. The latter order getting the runs, the bowlers getting the wickets. That's the way things have run, not there. Wicket taking over. Lalit Rajbanshi does well. 31 done, 166 for 5.
.166 for 5, so that's another 14 runs for Pakistan A to win this match. Plenty of overs available. Malla now back into the attack. He's changed ends now. He'll be bowling from the far end, which is far to us, the pavilion end rather. Bowling to Kamran Ghulam. Another over for Malla, 1 for 19 in his 5. Just tosses the ball up, enticing and just inviting the batter to go for that big hit. He's got 2 men in the deep, wide long on and a deep mid off in position. Only if the batter doesn't clear it. With 14 runs to go, it's just a very simple formula. 2 choices, push it around and score it in 2 overs, or just finish it now.
So by the looks of it, Pakistan would be more keen to just knock it around and get the singles and not try to rush things much. Just 12 runs away now. The Nepali spinners, they really didn't cause any threats, kind of like they've just been bowling at areas that have been comfortable for the batsman. They're not really. There you go again, down the track, comfortably driven. They're not really caused any threat, especially on a surface like that. They should have done a little bit more, I thought.
I haven't really watched much of Nepal bowlers. It's probably the first or the second time seeing them. I think they're just relying on more how the batters can make those mistakes. And if you really ask me, they have extracted a couple of wickets that way. Tayyib Tahir trying to go for that big one on a loopy delivery. And then we saw Haris trying to cut one very uppish, and both of them lost their wickets with 20 odd runs needed to win the match. The end of the over, 32 gone, 169 for 5.
169 for 5. That's what the scoreboard shows. 11 away. Pakistan A. Well, this one's hoisted, and that's gone the maximum. Fraction short. Just shows the slowness of the pitch. The batsman had ample time to rock back. There you go. Poor delivery.
You're off the back foot, using the depth of the crease and just playing it with those fast hands. With that maximum now just hit away Pakistan A to win the first 2 points here. They need 5 more.
Well, will it have the legs to go all the way? No, it's just been pulled in. Well, Cameron wants to finish things off quickly.
Yeah, why not? If you get the opportunity, then do so. It's, looked good for a solid 31 of 25. And it's about time. They took too long to finish off their bowling, and they should have got those 2 wickets. They don't want to repeat anything similar in terms of just lingering around. Probably try and finish it in the over with 4 balls to go. Edge given. Now that's something that they didn't want. Kamran Ghulam feels he hasn't got it, but he's got to walk. That's the worry. With 3 runs to get, and Pakistan have lost 3 quick wickets out here. Won't probably have any impact on the result of the game. We just don't want to see that many wickets in the column.
Well, there was some noise coming in. Well, Cameron has to make his walk back. 177 for 6. For 6. 3 runs away. But what does Nepal take out of this match? That's more important. 72 for 8, getting to 179. Maybe feel that their batters didn't do the job. Sompal made a fantastic knock. Even picking up 6 wickets here now, they might feel that they try to make a match out of it. Oh, that one turned. That one turned. Oh, that was a good delivery.
You know, we always talk about what sides can take away the positives from a game. I'd be more interested in taking away what not to do in the matches to come, and that would be rash shots with the top order and not to lose hope. You can always get runs going, and that shot should end the game with Ahmad Butt hitting a boundary, 1 bounce to long off, and Pakistan A scored their first 2 points, winning this one by 4 wickets against Nepal here at the CCC. Nepal won the toss, decided to bat first. Had a very dicey and a very rocky start. Lost quick wickets, but then their last pair did well to get them to 178. And eventually Pakistan, a few hiccups somewhere, but they managed to finish this off in the 33rd over with 4 wickets in hand. Handshakes all around. An experience for the Nepal side also. They've got a big job on hand. They've got the main Asia Cup lined up for them too.
Yeah, that's interesting what you say. What you don't do in the next game. Those are things that they will want to go back to the drawing board, think about it. So this is how the Pakistani innings went. If that catch would have been taken at the start, things would have been much different. But then the openers getting into the act. That is the fall of the first wicket. Just trying to play across the line and holding out. Yusuf came in and started off with the boundary, and he kept continuing. And yeah, that is a poor shot. That is a good catch anyway, running back. It's not easy always to take catches running back. Oh, that is a beauty. Showing the face of the bat. Yeah, there you go again. Oh, that is a pretty unlucky one for the bowler. And didn't carry. And there you go. Tahir getting into the act later on. It's good. Yeah. Trying to play across the line. That one was well taken, a very well judged catch. But the boundaries kept flowing, and Pakistan were always in control of the game. He just couldn't bowl at that length on this surface. That is the... he was lucky on that occasion. Down to the boundary. There you go. Holding out deep. That is another wicket to fall. That is the last wicket to fall. And there you go. That is the winning hit to seal things up for Pakistani. So you go. Tomorrow we got Group A clashes. One happening at the ACC. That's Bangladesh A versus Oman A. And we have Sri Lanka A taking on the Afghanistan A team here at the SSC, at the CCC. Currently, we have the Indian and A team and the UAE A team at the SSC. The game's still going on. 170 is the target that they're looking for. Be back with you with the presentation.
Hello, hello, 1 2 3 mic check. 1 2 3 mic check.
Lower the level. It's too high. Text is too sharp.
Okay.
Let him talk. Let him talk.
Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Hello, 1 2 3 mic check. Hello. Hello, 1 2 3 mic check. Hello, hello. Hello. Hello, 1 2 3 mic check. 1 2 3 mic check. 1 2 3 mic check. Hello, hello. Hello, 1 2 3 mic check. Hello, hello. Hello. Hello, 1 2 3 mic check. 1 2 3 mic check. Hello, 1 2 3 mic check. 1 2 3. Hello, hello, hello. Near here. Hello, 1 2 3 mic check. Hello. Yeah, yeah. Check only. Hello, hello. Everyone's ready? You let me know. Are you all ready? Check, 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 check. Is that right? Are you getting it? Are you getting it? I'm just talking, but can you hear me? Yeah. Still carrying on. I don't think you're getting me. No, there's a problem with the mic. Oh, it's not working.
Hello, check. Hello, 1, 2, 3, cable mic check. Hello, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Mic testing, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Check, mic check.
Are you hearing me now, Tex?
Can you hear me? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Very good afternoon and welcome to the post-match presentation ceremony of the ACC Men's Emerging Teams Asia Cup 2023. This was between Pakistan A and the Nepal team, and eventually, despite Nepal eventually making 179 all out, Pakistan quite comfortably winning this game by 4 wickets. Congratulations to the Pakistan team and commiserations to the Nepal team. I'd like to introduce you to our guest here today. He's Mr. Tilak Watuhewa, who is the Vice President of Sri Lanka Cricket and also the President of the Sri Lanka Schools Cricket Association. Thank you for being here with us. Well, straight away, I'd like to call upon the player of the match, Shahnaz Ali Dahani, and he's been adjudged by the match ref, Mr. Sakti Singh, as the player of the match. 5 for 38, if you'd like to come across, Shahnaz. If you'd like to collect your crest there from Mr. Tilak Watuhewa. And congratulations, you got the first 4 wickets quite quickly, and then you had to wait a little while, and then your captain asked you and you finished the job for them. You happy with it?
Yes, first of all, I'm thanks to my Allah Almighty that today I gave my some contribution, and I'm happy that our team win our first match in Emerging Asia Cup, and we are looking forward to this tournament. And yes, it's just part of a game that on the first spell I got 4 wickets, and I was just looking for my fiffer, and just captain asked me that keep patient. If if it will happen, you will get fiffer.
Yeah, it did happen. And just going back to your preparation for this emerging cup, obviously, but also looking forward the bigger picture. You're trying to attract the eye of the selectors to get into the main team also.
Yes, unfortunately, on the very first game of PSL, I got finger injury. After that, I didn't play for my country international games. So I'm looking forward for Asia Cup, which will be held in Sri Lanka also, and World Cup in October in India.
Of course, and just overall performance of the team. You're happy because at one point in time, it was a difficult period, but it it's good to be patient sometimes, isn't it? It worked for you today.
Yes, yes, it's just a great start of the tournament, and still we have some league games against UAE and India, and we are looking forward to win this combination.
Well done today, Shanawaz, and best of luck to you for the future.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. That's Shanawaz Dahani, the player of the match. Right now, I'd like to call upon the captain of Nepal, Rohit Kumar Paudel, to come across, please. All right, we were expecting things, better things, didn't work out, but after that early loss of wickets, that latter order, the tail really whacked for you. That must have been pleasing.
Yeah, absolutely. If you want to talk about positives, I think this was the positive from today's match, especially the way Somdai and GC played. It was pleasing to see from the tail enders to from lower order to bat like that. So I think we could have done better from the top order. I think top four would have done better. So the result would have been different.
Well, do you feel that, you're talking about the top order and the mini sort of collapse that happened, that shot selection was there? We didn't quite notice anything dangerous from the pitch itself. It seemed to be a reasonably good batting track.
I think we missed out on situation awareness. I think we as a team we need to grow on that area, especially. I didn't thought anything was difficult on the wicket, but still we played some not good shots. I would say. So I think we would grow on areas like situation awareness.
But you'll be gaining the experience that's so badly needed for Nepal cricket. Coming up to the ranks, and it's a learning curve for you guys.
Absolutely, these are the games where we need to learn and grow as a team, and especially in the beginning you lose some games, but as a team we need to stick together and look forward to other games which are coming forward.
A lot of supporters back home are rooting for your hope that you do better in the next game. Thanks for talking to us.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's Rohit Kumar Paudel. Now the winning captain, Mohammad Haris, please. The captain of Pakistan A. Congratulations, Haris. Not a very emphatic win because you let them slip away after really containing them, early fall of wickets, and then the latter order batsmen really came back strongly.
First of all, thank you so much. Yeah, we bowled not very well after the 20 overs, so that's why they score a bit. And the guy Sumpal played very well at the end, and as you said that we not finished well. So our boys played some rest shot. That's why we not finished well.
Yes, indeed. And so you've got to pace the innings, but when you're faced with a target of 180, sometimes you lose your focus. You say, oh, it's a small total. Let's do it in a simple manner. Maybe take a few chances. Maybe that's what happened because you lost 6 wickets on the way.
Yeah, that's what exactly I said. We have some inexperienced guys as well. So that's why they played some rest shot, and we will work on our mistakes and play better in the next matches.
I'm sure you will, and obviously this is a stepping stone also for some of you to get, as I said to Dahani, to get into the main Asia Cup and attract the eye of the selectors. So that's one area all of you must be working on.
Yeah, exactly. Our first attempt is this Asia Cup, and our second attempt is to place a team in the main team. So that's what boys are working hard as a batter, as a bowler. Everyone is working hard to make place in the team.
Well done today, and we hope you carry on the good work in the future.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mohammad Haris, of course, is the captain of the Pakistan A winning team. And ladies and gentlemen, that is all we have here today at the CCC, but we have a couple more games coming up tomorrow. We're looking forward to that, and we're looking forward to having your company for the matches tomorrow. For the moment, it's a very goodbye from all of us here.
Because